Hey, how you doing, Draco? Yeah, it's been a while. I think the last time I streamed was like November. Alright, we're gonna do the whole thing in ultraviolence. I think the game is louder than me. Alright, that should be better. I wish it would stay, like, keep going when not in focus. That might be a setting that I haven't found. Where's the button? I guess it doesn't matter, I can just jump over it. Oh, can't do that in this. Alright. Okay, I can get through here. Okay, I also need to turn on always sprint. There we go. Then if I hold shift, I go to normal speed. I'd be zooming. also need to share my screen. Over here. Here we go. I'll come back for that orb. There we go. So how are you supposed to get down here normally? Oop. There's another one. Yeah, come on in, Xeno. That's why I'm in the voice chat, not and not completely out of one. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can make GZDoom continue to broadcast music when it's not in focus.
Howdy.
Hey. Okay, GZDoom audio in background. You know what, maybe I can just find it in the search. Sound in background. There we go. Now I want to lose focus. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, sound in background is on. I'm gonna change the map background to black like the old school version. Pause game in background. Okay, that needs to be off. There we go. So now if I need to alt tab for some reason, it's just gonna be there.
Oh yeah.
But I don't like streams being silent when the game's not in focus. Alright. Can you see it on Discord?
I can see.
Alright. Yeah, I don't know what that button was supposed to do.
Oh.
Burn. I think it's like 5 or 6 enemies all share the same voice lines. Zombies, sergeants, pinkies, imps, and cacodemons all have the same screams. Barons and Hell Knights share a scream with Cyberdemon, although I think Cyberdemon's is deeper and louder. I got a backpack in there so I can swing through here and get all the ammo I couldn't pick up before. Oh, it's the alternate exit. Whoa. What's the level progression? Okay, knee deep in the dead levels. So that was on E1M3, Toxin Refinery, and that jumped us all the way to military base, which is E1M9, although E1M9 and E1M10 are both bonus levels. Because they normally end at at mission 8. That would explain why this mission is kind of hard. Sound like some sort of Sasquatch.
Oh yeah. You should get a playlist of the glass breaking sound effect, and then the Sasquatch sound, and just like play them whenever.
See, I was thinking the glass breaking sound, and then Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme.
Oh yeah.
The original version of that was by Disturbed. I hate specters. And this is the IDKFA soundtrack, so we don't have to deal with the MIDI bloops. The MIDI bloops are nice, but they get old after a while. I want to save those barrels. I think. Shit. Pinkies aren't the best at navigating stairs.
They're lost. It's, you know.
Well, if a stair is steep like this one, then they'll just like stop. Because this is 4 or 8 units high, and those be like, no, that's too high. Alright, so I didn't need those barrels. There's where I got the yellow key. Here's the blue key. Blue entrance down here? Yeah. And this is the exit. It even has a little thing in there for the exit sign. This is a classic running puzzle. Like you're supposed to hold down sprint and just be able to hit this, which you can do pretty easily. But I'm running GZDoom, so I have a jump and a crouch. I can just do it. God damn it. My inertia fucked me. There we go. But I have more to do. That was not what I wanted to do. There we go. Getting the stuff in the middle of that star hits a line def for a monster spawner to start spawning. I just have to keep shooting until they're gone. And now they're gone. So can I just jump this? Yeah, I can. And that raises that. Also lowers this. I can go back and pick up the rest of the health. Okay, where's command control? Okay, it's back to the normal rotation, so it's E1, M4.
Oh!
These sound clips are still used, by the way. They're from a sound library from like 1990.
That makes yeah. Okay. Someone should make a Doom Dark Ages, but in the newest Doom games in this like style.
I'm sure someone's working on it.
That's great. Other than like Doom Dark Ages in this style, that'd be.
I don't know
like
if
with improved
I don't know if Dark Ages and Eternal are possible, but 2016 almost assuredly is.
Oh yeah.
Especially if they use all the features of GZDoom and not just have it be like old school where you can't jump or crouch.
Well, I mean, if they added the mechanics and stuff, or like 2D versions.
Now, one thing they did in 2016 that's both... No, it's in Eternal. That's both a neat touch, but also suboptimal way to play, is when you put in the codes to unlock Doom 1 and 2 in the hideout computer, they're running at 35 frames a second. Or no, they're running at... That's not 35, it's... Actually, no, I think it is 35. Because I'm pretty... They either made Doom 1 or Doom 1 and 2 for a 70 or a 75 hertz monitor. I think it was for a 70. And they did it at half refresh, so it was 35 FPS.
There's a scientist just working, and he shoots him square in the face. Like, oh.
Some mods do have uncorrupted humans still.
Sorry, man. I thought you were a zombie.
What's funny is since Doom and Wolfenstein share some code base, there are some Wolfenstein 3D sprites that you can just use.
Huh?
Like the SS officer and the German Shepherd.
Huh?
And then there's stuff like you can... some of the wall decorations are like the Hitler painting, a swastika, and the eagle. And they're just in the base game. So I think they were still using those textures while they were making the textures for Doom. And just left it in the WAD. See, that one I didn't even use any sequence breaking and I still skipped like half the level.
Oh.
Brrr.
Oh.
So here's the thing, I don't like going through that half of the map, and I know this is jumpable. So you just do like a duck jump and you get through there. You're gonna be hearing that a lot. Nah, that was a bad idea. So what I try to do is just squeeze past the last third of the level.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't.
Oh.
So the main enemies I fucking hate in the Doom series are like the Spectre, the Lost Soul, and Lost Soul and fuck, what's it called? Pain Elemental. Those are like tied together because the Pain Elemental generates Lost Souls, and then when it explodes, it spawns like 5 of them. So I hate that by proxy. And then the Archvile. I fucking hate Archviles. Because the Archvile is an enemy that will interrupt your movement and do like 25 damage every I think it's like every second. And, you know, that sucks. Like, actively shooting the thing, and I'm being hurt for no reason. Then just this thing is designed to be the biggest pain in the ass possible. It's not fun, it's not challenging.
I love that animation. Just exploding into whatever. Into viscera.
I need to find more health. It seems Discord has frozen.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Or... Huh.
Oh, it seems, that's worrying.
Yeah.
The desktop is also frozen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
I'll worry about that after stream.
Yeah.
Stream's going, I'm not gonna mess with it.
Yeah, no. I'll just watch the gameplay on the stream anyways.
Oh, did it stop broadcasting for you?
Yeah, it's stuck on the option pause menu. Oh wait, no, it's back. There you go.
Yeah, I was tabbed out, so I had it paused. Yeah, just for whatever reason, the UI just decides to take a vacation.
We are hyperspace. We are hyperspace zombie squad. Thank you. Good night.
I already beat that level. Did I not save? Yeah, looks like I didn't save during mission 6. You know, I could load. Hey newbie. How you doing? I saw the Skrunkle got out of bed. Hey, thanks for the subscription.
Oh, thank you, yeah.
Getting that $3. So since this is relevant, I feel it necessary to ask, what was y'all's first game? Like the first video game you played? Also, just the enemies that I can show this off. So here's the map. Get out by using this. So, Micemen from Solio. Huh. Not heard of that one. Is it related to Of Mice and Men? Or is it actually like rat dudes that are cute? Or is it Skaven? Puzzle game with mice and cheese. Xeno, what was your first game?
An Atari game, I think.
Makes sense.
Oh wait, no. Was it? Oh. No, I think it was like a. Wait, it might have been an Atari, like a hand-me-down Atari 5600.
Oh, you got the good one then.
Or one of those touch. Yeah. I think it was like Asteroids or something. And then.
Yeah, this is a 5200. It's like. I mean, it's mostly just like a software extension, I guess, on the 2600. And not a lot actually took advantage of it because I wanted it to be compatible with the 2600.
And then I remember one of the other ones. It might have been before that, but playing a point and click. I think it's Arthur or something. Arthur or Barbie.
Like the PBS show Arthur?
Yeah, like it was just one of those touch point and clicks. Go around town. They play like different animations.
Down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view. If you didn't know, that song was done by Ziggy Marley, Bob Marley's son. One of like 17. Because, you know, Bob fucked a lot.
I mean, you get that high, you know. You either smoke more or you get high. Or, well, no, three things. You either get more high, eat, or you fuck.
I know you did, Noovie. I don't know why potheads got the reputation of being lazy. Have you seen the amount of high engineering people do? How can I make myself more high? Like that's problem solving right there. It's like I'm not high enough.
But I will say, one of my friends, his mother gets instead of getting eventually she has dementia, so eventually she gets THC gummies instead of the
CBD?
other one, CBD. And so they just give it to me because because sometimes like I just get too like not antsy, but I get too like not stressed out. I don't know. I guess I just need to chill out. I guess. So I take anxious. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I do a lot of CBD oil.
Or I'm overthinking things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. CBD helps a lot, and then I take like if I forget where that is, which happens a lot,
So yeah, you get high, you put it down. You don't remember where the high, you put it down.
Yeah. And so I take a quarter of that because that's usually enough. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. But yeah, it does get you horny quite a bit. I forgot. I have not gotten high for a long, long time before that. So
I need to remember what brand I bought from to get the isolate powder. Because I make my own oil.
I already get horny all the time anyways, but for whatever. But yeah, I was not figure that would get me horny.
Yeah, okay.
Hungrex.
Yeah. Two parts of the conversation because we talk about games first and then segs on drugs. Yeah. Sure. My first game was Doom.
Oh yeah.
I played it when I was 3.
Oh. Alright, yeah. I wouldn't think that was too probably fine. Because, like, I guess it is gore, but, like, you really, as a kid, you probably wouldn't notice that.
They like, were okay with it because, as well, there's zombies and demons, so it's probably fine.
Oh, yeah.
And then later I got Duke Nukem 3D because that was Aliens.
Yeah.
Although that one did have a parental lock, and they did turn it on.
Well, I just figured, like, as, like, a kid's perception, you know? Like, I guarantee you probably didn't go, oh my god, that person just exploded into a big pile of viscera.
I mean, I did, but in like, whoa!
Oh, okay.
That's a big explosion.
Yeah, like, yeah.
But what I was going to say about the WHED, the CBD oil I make, it's really basic, but it's cheap. I at one point was nervous about being put on the list because I started buying chemistry equipment. So I have an Erlenmeyer flask, or no, not Erlenmeyer. Erlenmeyer's the like cylindrical pyramid. It's a boiling flask, but I can't remember the name of it. And then I got a graduated cylinder. Both made out of glass because I'm not a cheap bitch. But also, the higher quality ones are more accurate with the measurements. So I did that, and then I got a thing called medium chain triglyceride, which in my case was coconut oil. Bring that to not a hot temperature, like it's not going to be smoking or Florence. That's what the flask is. It's a Florence. It's the ball with a stem on it. It honestly kind of looks like a bong, but without the second spout. But I did that for. Oh yeah, it was also hard and more expensive to get the small volume flask. Because I got a 50 milliliter flask because I do 30 milliliters at a time. It does have a flat bottom, thankfully. They do make rounded bottoms, and those you need like a special arm to hold it. Because it's like a metal clamp, and the clamp fingers have rubber on it, and that grabs the glass. The listing called it Florence, so I just go with what it said. But I did that because those flasks have a specific kind of glass, which is borosilicate. And what it does is the boron added to the silica, which is the glass, makes it so the glass doesn't expand and contract as much with heat. Because that's what actually causes other flasks to shatter when they're heated. And yes, I did learn that from Breaking Bad. You don't cook it in an Erlenmeyer because it'll shatter. You do it in a boiling flask because it's meant to take the heat.
And you definitely don't go on. You definitely don't go on there and figure out that you definitely were taught to cook meth, but you know. But some things were changed a little bit.
Yeah, you get the temperature up to where it's like a little uncomfortable to hold. Like it's not hot, but it's you would prefer it to be less. And you add the powder and stir it gently until it dissolves into the liquid, and then you remove it from the heat. And that's how you make CBD oil. A paladin named Borosilicate Aftershave. What? Were they high when they named him? That sucks. Also, with the weed talk, I get to say my favorite Bill Clinton quote. I've been high twice on weed, but I did not inhale. People were smoking weed around me, and I got secondhand. Actually, I think it was 3 times. One was at a friend's house because their mom's boyfriend at the time was a massive pothead. That was also my first time seeing a bong in person. What else? Then I was at a local live show for a Halloween party, where it was just like a bunch of bands played at a person's barn, and the person who had the barn was one of the bands. Then it was at the Metallica concert in 2009. That was by far the funniest because Dad and I were down in the lower bowl. My cousin and his son were way up in the nosebleeds, and we just saw this like cloud forming near the top of the arena, and then the HVAC system just made it swirl around. But my cousin watched them light it, and they were arguing over who was going to get to light it.
Classic Doom.
Yeah. Classic Doom.
We're smoking the lower bowl.
Even funnier, we were in Conseco Fieldhouse, and wow, okay, and that when they play there, they do it in the round. So it's just like a stage in the middle, and then everyone in the arena gets a seat instead of it being like them out at a crowd at an angle. But that also means 3/4 of the time you're not looking at their faces. Well, it depends. They'll focus on a corner. Yeah, there's a Doom coming out in later this month, I think.
I was about to say, yeah, pretty soon.
It's Doom Dark Ages, which is a prequel.
Upgraded graphics and all that, and mechanics and some really funny stuff, really fun stuff, really badass stuff. But it's like set in the Dark Ages.
I really hope they change how enemy damage happens. I was not a fan of that in Eternal. I also hope there is not a whiff of the Marauders. That enemy just sucks.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know this game that is like really good at being fast? How about you stop? Or if I don't want to, too bad.
You know.
If you look up or down at these sprites, you'll see they are wafer thin.
Doom 2016. That. They could make that, but this one is I mean, I don't know if you jump through eras, but I mean.
What do you mean?
I think it's the setting for Doom Dark Ages.
Oh. I figure it's just the
New
Dark
Van-
Ages.
Yeah, New Van Dyke said that I'm hoping it tells the story between 64 and Doom 2016.
Yeah, maybe. So, I don't remember. I don't remember what she said about her name, but when I first saw the name New Von Deeb, I thought, "Are you named after Paul Atreides from Dune?" And she said no. I don't remember the actual source of the name, but I know it's not that. Ah, shit. How the fuck did that pinky get there?
No.
Yeah, Doom 3 not being canon is a travesty. Doom 3 is, like, probably my favorite. Well, second favorite after 16. And 16 and 1 kind of rival each other for my favorite. Of course, I'm biased toward this one because it was my first. Alright. Yeah, I was face tanking all those shots, not remembering that I'm playing on ultraviolent. I think it'd be funny if someone made like E1M8 in Fortnite, because like E1M1 is kind of played out. It happens too much. Like we get it. You know what the first you know what the first shareware level in Doom is. But E1M8 is like, hey, you thought there was going to be a boss. How about you die? Yeah, it's basically the Green Hill Zone of the violence. If you really want to show that you know Sonic, you got to do like Chemical Plant. But even then, everyone knows Chemical Plant. Bam, 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 bam.
I buy acid. Oh god.
Already been in there.
Yeah.
What if you want to show you know Sonic, how about you remake the entirety of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine in Fortnite? I have the red key now.
Sonic Mania.
You know, Nuvi, since you have that name, if you really wanted to, you could do like I don't know, a sequel name or like just like a joke stream title where it's like Noob Messiah, the sequel to Dune. Yeah, seriously, if Robotnik is so much of an egg, why doesn't he change his pronouns already?
We definitely.
Not Dune Von Deeb. Blue is over. Hey, don't be doing that, dick. What were we gonna say, Zeno?
I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Oh, can't squeeze through there. Okay, that needs a switch. In fact, I think it's this switch. Alright, getting to the end of episode 1. This is E1M7. It's probably my favorite song in the game. Actually, this is E1M8. So this is the end of episode 1. Take care of these small bitches, because these open. let's see if this changes anything. So, if you never experienced the first Doom, you would think the end of the episode should be a boss, right? Technically, I just killed it. Those two Hell Knights, or Barons, whichever one. One of them is pink, one of them is brown, but they're the same enemy with different health values. This should be the teleporter to said boss, right?
Yeah. Well. Oh, jeez.
There is not a single way in the game, even using cheats, that you can live through that. Because canonically, Doom Guy dies.
Huh.
So, in the 90s, there was a culture for PC games called shareware. It was the original version of a demo. Episode 1 for Doom, so the first third of the original version, was shareware. You then had to mail, send physical mail to id Software with a check to get floppies or a CD, whichever you needed, to play episode 2 and 3. which are Shores of Hell and Inferno. And then later in either the late 90s or early 2000s, they came out with a fourth episode called Thy Flesh Consumed. Then in 2018, I think, maybe 2016, John Romero came out with a fifth episode called Sigil. And just last year came out with the sixth episode, Sigil 2. He's currently working on another one for Doom 2. But it'll be a while before we see that. Oh yeah, and here we see the original dev team. John Carmack, John Romero, Dave Taylor were the programmers. Artist, Adrian Carmack, who is John's cousin, I think? Kevin Cloud, Sandy Peterson, Jay Wilbur, Sean Green, American McGee, which is his real legal name. Like, his parents named him American. House.wad is a custom map. A very custom map. John likes it, but he's not gotten more than like a third of the way through it. And Paul Radek, Robert Prince, and I don't know who Gregor Punchatz is, but I know in the realm of like PC game music, Robert Prince is like a legend. You know what? That about hits my average time for for episode 1 on the dot. Roughly 90 minutes. Yeah, myhouse.wad uses in fact I can show how to do it because I know how to use Doom Builder. But it's like 4 or 5 copies of the house with very specific line defs placed in such a way where you have to cross them at a specific, like in a specific way to make it teleport you seamlessly to the other version of the map. And it just keeps bouncing back and forth through time. It's wild. This one I always thought was weird. You hit a switch to raise a platform with another switch. Why? Yeah, at this point, at this point, Doom Guy is just more angry. It's also funny that hell is the kind of place where you don't, like, suffer, you just kill more demons. Oh, I lost my chance for that. You know what? Here we go. Now I can just go, woo! Yeah, usually in the form of wall textures. Also, tons of green.
Oh, nice.
You like green? You're gonna see it a lot. Hold on a minute. Do you think this is a pun? Like hell being green? Because there's a Misfits song called Green Hell.
That? Okay. Whenever I think of Green Hell, I think of, like, Cannibal Holocaust, Cannibal Ferox. Don't look up those movies and watch them.
And I mostly know two Misfit songs because Metallica plays them at double speed, basically.
Oh, gee.
Because the normal songs are kind of slow. I'm not going to sing them because they're not pleasant. But one is Last Caress and the other is Green Hell, and they play them back to back when they play live. It's like an encore.
That's what I gotta do on my own stream is like get some remixes of metal songs. That'd be good.
If you need MIDI versions and can't find them, I can make them for a small fee.
That's right.
It's not hard.
Definitely
like,
a film.
Duplicating a song, not difficult at all.
That got sued by the government. Yeah. Also, they harmed animals. Yeah. I mean, which probably isn't legal there.
Cannibal Holocaust?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Oh boy, I don't remember.
Also, of all the maps in episode 2, this is my least favorite. Because it falls into what's now a common meme in game dev, which is time to crate. And time to crate is just how fast do the devs run out of ideas. And this room is nothing but crate. Yeah, box room. Hey, I can squeeze through there. Can't get through there now. Definitely not supposed to be in here yet. Yes, infight. What you thought? I love sequence breaking in this game. It's only possible with GZDoom because you can jump. Yeah, now I can come in and out of here. I also strongly dislike the pistol in this game. It feels like I'm just tickling them, and then they fall over eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, they're tickled too much, and then, you know,
Yeah.
they cease to be.
Like, alright, I gotta kill this guy. Alright, I'll make a snack.
Then a Terminator. I mean, they kind of are both, yeah. Because they're trying to stop a future of, like, hell coming to Earth. But they are, like, this unstoppable, like, ancient thing.
Did you know
Which
Halo is a
aren't
Christian
ancient,
allegory?
No! And there's an ark, and there's, like...
The Pillar of Dawn, the Flood,
Yeah.
Spartans. Which I don't think they're called Spartans in the Bible.
No. But, I mean...
Especially because the faction at the time was the Romans.
There's holy warriors. I think all the parts are there, it's just not perfectly... The story is, though, very, very simple.
You have odd but very fuckable aliens. I hope Nuvi will back me up with that. You can be. But why would you want to be a fuckable alien when you're a fuckable demon? I once got a weird look from my dad because he came in to talk to me the second after I had printed a picture of the Arbiter with a giant ass.
Nope. I mean, the big shrugging emote. Or oof, you know.
Like, it wasn't not safe for work. It was just...
Big butt.
It was just stupid sexy arbiter. Because he had the tight suit, and they just accentuated his ass.
I forgot. I was getting like some help with an essay in the computer lab, and I forgot to delete all the pictures. It also wasn't safe for work, but
I got a story. I got 2 stories about school with that.
It was a bunch of pictures that I needed for like a presentation. And then one of the pictures was Natalie Mars with nose hooks, and I was like,
With no what?
Nose hooks.
Ah.
And I was like, And we both kind of just glazed over it like it never happened.
So my 2 stories are a friend of mine brought a binder of furry porn to school.
Oh.
And just started showing it during lunch.
Uh-oh.
Of course it got confiscated.
Oh, let's keep that down.
As did our printed off pages of 2 Kinds, because we were making our own like book of it before Tom Fishbach made his version, like the print version. And then at the previous school I went to, I don't know how I found it, but I found the rabbit hole of like 80s D&D art.
Oh, that's fun, yeah.
And I found the porn corner of that, and nothing was blocked on the school computers at the time.
Oh yeah. That's some fun times.
This was also the time where like USB drives were common, but they weren't cheap enough for me to have. So I came with a book of floppy disks. And saved several of them. I don't know where they are now. I don't have that thing anymore. But that was like 20 years ago now.
I probably...
and I was never caught. I just went to the library every morning, got a few of them, and then was on my way to class.
I love you did like a sort of drive-by of some smut, and then left.
Yeah.
And it was like, went on your merry day, you know.
But it's like also art, because it's D&D characters.
Yeah.
And they're very painterly, just also insanely buff and well endowed.
Oh yeah.
I also had a thing at the time. I also had a thing at the time of like, if it was a picture of a woman, if there was a snake involved, it was hotter.
There's a lot. Yeah, that was common.
Now I do still feel that way, just not as strongly.
I still do, only because I RP as an exotic dancer. So
yeah.
It's
par for the course for you. It's like a living bolo.
Yeah.
Or not bolo, boa.
Bolo. You're just whipping that around. Listen, we don't judge.
You can. Snake won't be happy about it, but you can.
Oh no, that poor boa. I mean, sorry. Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna try and find that thing now.
Cool.
I remember it was a Hewlett-Packard beige floppy holder, and it looked like a small book.
Oh. Freaking zip disk. Oh my god. I freaking love zip disk. I still like zip disk because they're pretty secure. They're a big chunk of thing. Like floppy disks are floppy. They're not lying. But zip disk, they're like a chunk. That's a cartridge. I wish that they updated those. Kinda. I also have a couple zip disks. I have like 2 or 3 zip disks with old art, so yeah, and yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on, where is it?
I have SD cards die randomly. I've only had SD card readers die on me. Only like SD cards, not really. Only if like I sat on them and they creased and they broke in the middle or something.
Nuvi, I can't allow that. I don't have access to anything on the desktop at the moment. I can't do that either because I don't have access to it. Here, I'll save and exit the game, see if that fixes it.
I have to get a.
Oh,
I have to get a
nothing.
mod myself.
Nothing is working. Okay.
Oh.
I need Task Manager. Okay, there's Task Manager. There's Windows Explorer. I'm going to tell Windows Explorer to restart. Okay, I now have access to the browser, and that... okay, move on. Wow, they really don't have an easy way to mod someone.
I had a new policy rule that.
There we go. Nuvan is now a moderator. I got the power. Also, Nuvi, how do you like my background?
I would drag Zeph down here, but they're probably.
So you're not entirely wrong. Your perspective is wrong, though. This is a picture of a bedsheet render that I did, where I had built like an apartment, and this is in the bedroom. So it has fairly bright lights, and I have posters on the wall, and that little bump under the uptime. The little bump under the uptimes is a pillow that I simulated, and then I simulated the blanket over it, and then I took a picture. That took like an hour to render, because I rendered it in, I think, 8K. I have not heard of Mr. Multisystem 2. You're welcome to join the VC if you want. We're in Follow the Fox, which I believe I invited you to a few weeks ago. Go piss, girl.
Let me piss first. Oh, sorry. I'm in a thing about. Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm going to restart Doom. So apparently, what happened was just like Windows Explorer freaked out and just stopped allowing any input. Okay. And he's blue. No, don't want to be in there. I want to be in here. So this is another map that I just don't care much for. So my remedy is to circle back until I find the exit here. Normally supposed to go through there, but since I have jump, I can just go whee, and I'm gone.
Shared on Discord. Sorry.
Oh, right. Actually, in that case, since it was like 30 seconds, I'll just load it and do it again for you.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I went through here.
I saw it on the stream.
Okay. And go whee. Oh, that didn't work. Here, you know what I'll do? Oh yeah, you're not in here, are you? There you go.
Welcome to the collective. I describe Follow the Fox as I describe Follow the Fox as a lot of the other really inclusive Discord groups, but with also the added fact that most of the people here are trans and or what's it called, furries. So
Yeah.
even more inclusive.
Also, welcome to the call.
Ouch.
Hi.
Hey.
Howdy do.
Hi, I am a trans furry content creator and gremlin. And
Well, there we
cat.
I
And
can
demon
confirm
succubus.
all of those things.
Yes.
So that's basically just the community here.
Yeah. I'm in so many communities.
Also, it's
Anyway.
it's easy to make me run and do cat noises.
Where was I?
You're going to talk
Multisystem
about the
2.
Mister. Yes, I also need
Yes.
to turn you down a little bit.
Oh, I don't want to be turned down.
It's just levels for OBS.
Wow.
I do that for GTA a lot of times, and Fortnite a lot.
Wow. I see. So the Mister.
Yes.
Do you know what the Mister project is?
I'm vaguely aware of it.
Are you familiar with what an FPGA is?
Yes, I am.
What about you, Zeno?
No.
Field
No?
Programmable Grid Array.
Gate array.
Gate Array, there we go.
So, a processor is essentially an array of logic gates.
Yeah.
Mostly
And
NAND.
NOR, NAND, exclusive OR, etc., etc. A field programmable gate array is one where you can reprogram these gates on the fly and basically turn the chip into any other chip as long as it has enough traces to become that chip.
And while they're expensive, they're very useful for development. Which is why
They're a
you
lot cheaper than they used to be.
That's good. But there's a reason you rarely saw them outside of, like, a development house.
Yep. There is in fact a development board with a built-in FPGA called the DE10 Nano, which is a pretty interesting device. But what this means is, if you have intimate knowledge of the logic gates of, let's say, the CPU from a Nintendo Entertainment System and a spare FPGA, you could just turn that FPGA into an extra NES CPU, pop it into an NES, and the NES would just work like an NES, because it is still an NES. Let's say that you have a larger FPGA, and you are familiar with not just the ins and outs of the logic gates on the NES CPU, but also the PPU and all the other chips on the console, even the CIC chip, the 10NIS chip, as it's called. You could just program the entirety of the NES into the chip, and have a chip that you just like plug a cartridge into, and it just runs the game.
In fact, I'm
as
pretty
if it were
sure
an NES.
I'm pretty sure on a modern FPGA, there's like 8 times as many gates as the NES had, just in general.
In general, yeah, pretty much. So that's essentially what an FPGA is. It's a chip that you can turn into actual cloned hardware, not emulated, actual hardware with the logic gates and traces and everything. The Mr. project, it takes that DE10 Nano development board that I mentioned earlier, and it reprograms it on the fly to mimic various pieces of hardware. And because you happen to know what the traces are like, the logic gates are like on an NES cartridge, you can just program an NES ROM right into the FPGA and then apply power to the FPGA. It boots up like an NES, it runs the game like an NES, and you can capture the video output and program it into a DAC, or not program it, but feed it into a DAC, or directly into like a digital to digital converter and get an HDMI signal out of the thing. But it's not just the NES that the Mr. Project can clone. It's the Super Nintendo. It's the Sega Genesis, the Sega Master System. You can even do things like the BBC microcomputer with the Mr. And the DE10 Nano chip is actually relatively large for these projects. People have managed to get Game Boy Advance working on it. People have managed to get 2 Game Boys working on it simultaneously, so you can load one with Pokemon Red, one with Pokemon Blue, and fight your Pokemon. Now, what's truly fascinating, though, is that people have managed to somehow squeeze Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 1 into this thing.
Yeah,
the Mr. Multi-System. What?
Those are
Go
big.
ahead. Those are big, yeah. That is a lot. That is a lot of shit that you can do with these things. And it's all just all in one on the Mr. chip, with some exceptions. First of all, it doesn't have any RAM. So you need to plug something into the DE10 Nano that allows it to communicate with RAM modules. You need to plug something into the DE10 Nano that has network or Bluetooth capability if you want to somehow translate a Bluetooth controller into controller inputs on the FPGA. You need to add a DAC or digital-to-digital converter in order to get proper good video out of the thing. You need to add what they call snack devices. Serial native accessory component, I think. If you want to directly communicate with the FPGA with external devices. For example, if you want to plug an NES cartridge into it, you can. As there is an accessory port on the DE10 Nano that gives you direct access to pins on the FPGA, which you can plug a controller onto, and as long as those are programmed in the FPGA to connect to where the controller connects on the CPU, you can use native hardware. So you get a snack adapter that has an NES port on it, you plug that in, you plug an NES controller in, and it works. And I don't know what you know about playing about the NES Zapper and why it requires a CRT.
It's using oh fuck, what was it? I know it has something to do with the glass being reflective. Is it an IR blaster?
No, it's not. So, on a CRT, the scanning electron beam that actually hits the phosphors, the NES listens to the zapper, and it listens to see if the zapper is returning a bright or a dark signal. And in the zapper is literally just a focusing lens and a light sensor. So you aim the zapper at the screen, and when you pull the trigger, the targets on the screen will flash white. And everything else on the screen flashes black. And if it's drawing a white box on the screen, and the zapper starts returning a 1, it knows that it just hit a target, and it knows what target it hit.
It's the meme of the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't.
Slightly. I actually had that whole thing printed on a shirt back in high school.
Awesome.
Oh, that's good.
So the NES zapper has to be able to see the scanning electron beam on the CRT. The NES actually directly controls the CRT beam, and it knows where the CRT beam is at all times because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. And this tightness of timing means that the NES zapper can only work on CRT screens. The Mister is an NES with analog output that you can connect to a CRT. Its timing is so exact to an original NES that you can then connect a zapper to the snack port and use it just fine. And that is mind-blowing to me.
There is a workaround now, not to use the original zapper, but there's like a new version of what would be a zapper that works on modern displays.
Yes, it basically is. It's kind of like using a Wii remote with infrared things on the TV, and even that was based on previous technology, the Power Glove. But this will just work natively with a CRT. All the other NES clone consoles out there rely on emulating the NES, which inherently fucks up the timing and adds some input lag, enough that even if you were to connect it to a CRT with 0 latency, the zapper would not work. So that's the cool thing about the Mister project. It does not rely on emulation. It just knows. It just works. Wow, that guy just killed that guy.
Yeah. Doom was revolutionary. Doom was revolutionary not just because of the projection mapping, but because enemies would infight with each other.
That's cool.
Doom is, and I'm sorry if this unsettles anybody here. Doom is an immersive sim.
Yes. There's no contest here. It is.
No.
And it's as simple as like, enemy goes, "Ow, you hit me," and then shoots back.
Yep.
And like, it's not even faction by faction. Like, yeah, they'll infight if it's like a Cacodemon versus a lost soul. But even if it's a sergeant and another sergeant, if one of them hits the other one, the one that got hit will shoot back at the previous.
Yep.
So you could trick a whole room to shoot in a row.
And I've
It's
done
been
that.
happening all throughout this entire stream. If you pay attention, you'll see enemies like turn away and start firing into...
I didn't notice that before. The masher deletes items under it.
Oh,
Like
that's not
it
cool.
made the body gib. It also made the shotgun disappear.
Oh.
Huh.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either. That's cool.
Also, if you want a good weapon, just go here. Just kabam! And then you can take these guys by surprise.
What were they doing? It looked like they were having like a picnic or something.
These guys were waiting at the top of the tower in the middle of the room I just came to.
I'm gonna ask, is it possible at all for you to raise your streaming bitrate? Or is it limited due to internet or something?
I can raise it, but it's one of those things like I'm still affiliate, so I don't get priority at all. So
I mean, I'm affiliate.
No.
I stream at 6,500.
Okay. Well, I do have OBS Studio, so I can just change it. Help.
Mine started.
If you move around a lot, it just turns into Minecraft textures.
Yeah. I'm gonna try bumping it to 3,500. It was at 2,500.
Yeah.
Uh,
I sometimes have to lower it for GTRP, but yeah.
I have gigabit, so
I technically do too, but since I'm running on a Wi-Fi adapter, it's not as good.
What kind of Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi 7? It might as well just be Ethernet at this point.
It's 5.
5 gigahertz or Wi-Fi 5?
Wi-Fi 5 and 5. I think 5 and 5 gigahertz.
Wow. I have been meaning to upgrade our Wi-Fi to something more recent.
I get something like 400 on a good day, like 400 down and 30 up. But the issue with
you have asynchronous, I see.
Yeah, thanks Comcast.
Yeah, we have synchronous gigabit, which is pretty necessary for this household. We all there used to be 3 more people that lived here than today, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that live here. And 2 of us work from home. 1 of us requires a constant upload speed as a streamer. Hello. Yep. And, yeah. Asynchronous is just untenable.
Hello everybody, my name is NewOnPlayer.
Hello everybody, my name is NewbiePlayer, and welcome back to Suck My Ass. The hit party game that's fun for the whole family.
Fuck. I was gonna say something, forgot.
5 Nights at Fuck Boys.
Inhale my dong, enragement child.
I miss Markiplier and Jacksepticeye videos. Especially the gameplay.
They still do stuff, they're just a little different.
Yeah, my autistically hyperfixating self requires a special kind of Let's Player. Like, Keith Ballard still does it.
Not familiar with them.
I will send you an old, a middle, and a new video from Keith.
Okay.
Or at least a thumbnail. So you can see the journey that they've taken with their Keith Ballard.
So yeah, with those guys I snuck up on, the intended path is to come down this elevator, come over here, and come up around this. But since
okay, one of these thumbnails is from 7-year-old video. One of these videos is from a 1-year-old video. I just posted them in the voice chat thing. Same guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload.
Wow.
Because I have 3% health, and that is not enough. Yeah, I started watching Let's Plays with 2 Best Friends Play and Jesse Cox.
There's 3 video search results on YouTube with some of their oldest videos, some more recent videos, and then one of their most recent videos.
Okay. They turn into a furry?
They turn into a daddy tier furry.
Nice.
Like, open hairy chest and everything. Which is really fucking based. But they still do those Let's Plays that I am so fond of, which are becoming less prevalent because lately the YouTube algorithm has been hating Let's Plays lately. Like, real fucking hard.
Yeah, YouTube has been favoring, like, 8-hour videos.
Yes. Hello, Kero. And YouTube has been doing that for a long fucking time. Like, if you're an animator, you're just fucked if you're trying to make a living on YouTube.
Yeah,
With one exception, Terminal Montage.
Yeah. The animator thing has been consistent since, like, 2012.
And Teleporte for a while there. Can I just say that Kara has an incredible emotes they're using?
That sounds like, what's it called? That looks like,
Were you watching the infighting just now?
Cox and Krendor.
Nah, she's talking about the sound that I made.
What?
It sounded like when they were talking about doing,
Avengers, I think? Yeah.
No, it was, the one where they go through storage units. Storage Wars.
Oh, and they break their back, yeah.
But
Santa breaks his back.
And then, fucking, I'm reminded of King Rome Bosphorus Hippopotamus Top to Bottomus Hyrule from Breath of the Wild, and he's coming down with the fucking paraglider, and he's like, "Oh!" And you hear the fucking.
did you know that Thomas Fishbach, the Two Kinds man,
Yeah.
and brother of Markiplier, is 2
Who
years
is-
older than Markiplier?
Yes. And
And Tom was more famous at one point.
I was a fan of Tom before I was a fan of Mark.
Same. I was a fan of Two Kinds before Mark started YouTube.
Yep, same. Mark really was just like, I bet I can get fans that aren't furries.
And then he got both fans that are furries and not furries. And when people figured out the connection, they're like, "Hey, you're okay. Get in," and just more furries piled on.
Yeah. I actually only started watching Mark with any regularity once Five Nights at Freddy's came out. I had watched him a little bit on and off before then. I was more of a fan of Jacksepticeye.
The series I watched of Mark first was when he did Besiege. I don't know if you know what Besiege is.
That's the one where you make war machines.
Yeah, you make siege weapons to try and get through effectively random scenarios. And his would always be he makes a penis, basically. And he calls it the Notopanise at some generations, like the Notopanise 4000.
Jesus Christ.
And it would just like...
Sounds like a Doom weapon.
Yeah. And it would just like undulate back and forth, explode, and somehow win.
My.
That's a Hell Knight, not a Baron, I think.
I can't remember which is which.
I'm pretty sure the Hell Knights are pink and the Barons are, like, gray.
I know the pink one has more health.
Oh, right, I was reading that comic at some point. I forgot where I did last, though. I only had it bookmarked on my old laptop.
I pretty well remember where I stopped, and it's just because school got in the way, so I didn't have time to focus on it. I just forgot to go back. It was as they were leaving the Bastion Nation. Also, if you take a look at this cacodemon from behind, you'll see that it has a gaping asshole.
Yep.
I thought those were exhaust ports, but yeah.
It's hard
it's
to
an
see-
asshole.
It's hard to see those in normal gameplay.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
telling you, they're
normally not looking
making out.
away from you.
I think they're making out. They're like,
Man, imagine you're just making out with your girlfriend and some Doom guy busts in and starts plasmaing her in the asshole.
Oh my god.
oh no!
Do you ever watch Red Letter Media movie?
Can't say I ever did.
If you like Mystery Science Theater, you'd like them.
I did not enjoy Mystery Science Theater, but I did enjoy Riff Tracks.
Alright, so take riff tracks, but they're all kind of jaded and old.
So it's just Riff Tracks at this point.
I guess.
Unless you're saying they're even more jaded and old.
I don't know. I haven't watched them since the Mystery Science Theater days. But it's basically they run a show called Best of the Worst. And every episode they watch usually 3 movies and review them and then pick which one they think is the best of the worst.
Yeah. It's real bad.
Sometimes they get complete stinkers the whole time. And you'll know because they're miserable.
It's me, the complete stinker.
And then sometimes they get incredible things like exploding varmints.
Yeah, that was special.
Or the first time they watch a Neil Breen movie.
Oh. The treasure trove.
Yeah.
Birdemic Shock and Terror.
See, they didn't do that one because they didn't go for like the really popular ones that are bad.
Yeah.
They also haven't done The Room for that reason.
Yeah.
They make an exception for Neil Breen because he's exceptionally weird. And at the time, he was relatively unknown.
Man, this guy just doesn't want to fucking go down.
Yeah, and now I'm out of ammo.
Jesus.
Alright. Doom guy do be fisting.
Fist in, fist out?
Fist in, fist out, fist in, fist out, fist in. Didn't
Fisting right on stream. Oh, jeez.
Didn't expect Bush, did you? Oh, great.
Congratulations, you finished level.
This mission. Cool. This is
Epitome.
an interesting mission when you don't have ammo.
I have to go say hi to someone.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
we'll be here. Finally have ammo. You got a machine head, better than the rest. Green to red, machine head. You got a machine head. I used to play that song when I was in a band.
And then there's this where they were just having a gala in a room with a bunch of chandeliers, and then you just came in and started shooting. Came in blasting.
So anyway, I started blasting.
That's this season of Fortnite for sure. I am pre-firing like a motherfucker because there's no ammo.
Last time Mike streamed, they were showing off the Emperor with different dance moves.
Yeah, that's hilarious. It's so good.
They also put on Crocs as the Emperor.
Oh, you know he would though. You know he'd be like Vader. Let's synchronize our fit. Or was it? What are biddies? What are they? No, it's not Fitbit. It is something like that. Oh, what are they called? Fitbits? No.
Lord Vader.
Tibbits? Vader.
Let's invade Fortnite. I want the Crocs.
I want the Crocs, Vader. Pick them up. You know how my joints are around this time.
They're quite comfy.
I love my outlook, like my comedy outlook on him.
Welcome back.
I've just been howdy. My outlook on him.
Holy
is that
shit! Thanks
he's
for
like,
the gift subs.
Holy crap! Whoa! Thank you. Holy crap!
That's the first time I've had more than one sub at a time.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, tons. Hell yeah. My comedy outlook on that is like
holy shit.
There. Oh.
What the fuck, Novi?
Is like he chastises them and yells at them, but also goes like, what kind of fajitas would you like for lunch? Like,
hey, cool. You got 25 subs just now.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's so neat.
Pushing real hard. Oh no. Oh shit.
How could that have happened?
How can this be? Where are we going?
Believe it or not, I'm not home. Na 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 da 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 ba ba bum.
While you were gone, we were memeing about the Emperor in Fortnite.
Emperor in Fortnite?
Yeah.
Oh right, Palpatine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Palpatine. I'm already like level 70 something in Fortnite for this season.
Yeah, we were just talking about like how it would go for them to be in Fortnite. Is go, Lord Vader, I want to go to Fortnite. I want to acquire the Crocs. They're quite comfy.
But which Crocs? The Death Star styled ones? Because there's Death Star Crocs.
Of course.
See, I was thinking the Wookiee ones. The furry Vader. Get the furry ones.
But he doesn't like Wookiees though.
Oh no.
Yeah, but that's the skin of them, you know. He's like, I can visualize them as the skin of them.
I can wear my enemies.
I will wear the skin of my enemies.
Yeah. Like that, I would think that's his. Like he'd get both because I mean Vader. They all have the credits they want.
I don't.
Yes, Caro Crocs. Also, welcome back from Pierce.
Yeah.
And you're welcome for the sub.
I need all 3 pairs.
If you weren't hit by that, I would have gotten you a sub manually, honestly. But yeah, my buddy Carver got me the Crocs, all 3 of them. My game is now permanently cursed. Time to stop playing it.
But your characters are always comfy.
No.
I need all 3 pairs. 1 to be the Wookiee skin.
Looks like we're going to get a Mandalorian or 5 or something in the shop at some point. Oh, Darth Jar Jar is coming. Oh, Darth Maul's in today.
I need Darth
It
Jar
is,
Jar.
yeah. Darth Jar Jar's good.
So I don't really care much for the Star Wars stuff, but Darth Jar Jar I will spend money on.
I know. I don't really like Darth Maul all that much.
He's alright.
Of course, they brought Malice in to go along with Darth Maul.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
familiar with that character.
It's a demon lady.
Ah.
Like alt punk, yeah.
A Fortnite character, not a Star Wars
Yeah.
character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. To mix it in, yeah. There's plenty of just regular epic, exclusive, made ones. Malice, I think, was to celebrate their new kicks that are like magma, and then the magma kind of glows until it catches on fire when you run.
See, I thought you were talking about the Sith lady.
That's kind of cool.
The Sith lady Lucas was obsessed with during 1313's Curse development.
Oh.
Like he walked into the studio, saw a Sith lady and Darth Maul next to each other, makes them face each other and goes, "They're friends." Like, George, they lived hundreds of years apart. It's like, oh, well, you know, maybe she's a clone.
And then he kind of like put
You
the two
can't
figures
clone.
together. No, I'm just kidding.
You can't clone Force sensitives.
See, I didn't even know that.
Well,
It's a whole plot point in The Force Unleashed.
Now here's the question. You said they have Darth Maul in there. Do they have Spider Maul?
no, that's what I said on the stream.
No, it's just regular Maul.
Because I would buy Spider
Robot
Maul.
Legs. Yeah, Robot Legs Spider Maul is good.
Why is it that Luke Skywalker with multiple selectable styles and Dagobah Luke are two different skins?
Huh.
Because regular Luke Skywalker, you got regular, Tatooine Luke Skywalker, you have Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker, and you have Cloaked Luke Skywalker, but then if you want the Dagobah Luke, that is a completely separate skin.
Yeah. I got the Yoda on backpack and the Yoda backpack and the staff pickaxe. I'm like, yeah.
Oh,
He
it's
giggles and, jokes.
You know the end of episode 6 where they're playing Yub Dub?
Yep.
The drum kit is in the game now.
The Stormtrooper
with the
helmet
fucking
drum kit?
Stormtrooper helmets. Yep.
Yeah.
I hate that I want it.
Yep.
Yup nub. Get up dub nub. Skip dib dibbity dub dub boo boo boo. Okay, we got 4 Mewtwo's. They are all mid. Except for the one that is literally fire.
There's something about the vocalization of yep that just makes me think they're gonna break into Scatman John.
A new cat girl skin named Tigress. It's just a woman wearing cat ears.
Okay, but you can't call her Tigress without making me think of the He-Man character. I think that was He-Man.
Fortnite Flow is refreshing tomorrow. Oh shit! Fire Spinner's back in the shop. This is like the most hypnotic. What was I saying?
Something about hypnotic.
Most hypnotic.
Yeah, Fire Spinner is the most hypnotic emote.
Is that the glowing eyes one?
There's one with
no.
literally hypnosis with a little chain, but Fire Spinner is just somebody spinning fire sticks.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
Hey,
there's...
look. No entry.
Oh.
How about entry?
No people, only demon.
Well, there's now an emote where it's a Japanese what's it called? Japanese celebration where you spin with a incense stick. It's nice.
Nice.
Very.
I think I saw that one.
Yeah, yesterday. They'll bring it back.
Wasn't actually into it, unfortunately. The current roster of Marvel characters is leaving, so the customizable Iron Man and shit,
Yeah.
Black Widow, Ant-Man.
See, I basically stopped playing for large periods of time because I need two things. One, something non-Disney, and unless it's actual Disney characters, or some waifu to fight for.
I mean, Rosie Rift Goddess, Ariana Grande is pretty waifu. Pretty fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
too
yeah.
much into Ariana.
Wow. Not even Spacefarer Ariana Grande?
Not really.
Have you seen Spacefarer Ariana Grande?
I think so.
Well, there was.
Is that a new skin?
No, it's an it's an older shop skin.
Yeah. But it is. There's two versions. There's like an alien one too.
Yeah, it's
See, The alien one is good for monster fucker vibes.
Yeah.
I will post a picture of it. There you go.
I like that. I like the crystal one's glider, or not glider. No, it is glider. Yeah, it's like wings, and it's like crystals, and it glows, and I think it reacts to the song that you're playing.
I'm not sure. But yeah, I am level 72 now, which means I have the entirety of the Battle Pass.
Nice.
I'm just waiting on the second page of bonus rewards at this point.
Right.
See, when
Unlocks on May 15.
I talk about like waifu to fight for, I'm talking about like pack leader Highwire or Ruin Scar.
Oh god. Yeah, Pack Leader Highwire is gorgeous.
I made it a point to get to 200 so I could have the gold version.
Yep, me too. I barely made it that season.
I was like 240 by the time the season ended.
I think I was like 201.
I feel you guys are gonna get a new style when they re-release it, because
Hopefully.
well, that's what they're doing. As far as now, like, because they're gonna re-release some eventually all that stuff, but they're giving everyone that originally had it like 2 to 3 super styles just to be like, yo, like you're obviously OP, but not OP, OG.
So, are
I
you
want
like,
OG links. I want OG links so fucking bad.
Yeah,
are,
everyone does.
are you saying we're going to get a new skin just because we have the old skin, or something else to get on top of it?
No. You won't have to pay for anything. They're literally just awarding it to. I forget what the skins that they brought back in that was in the previous battle pass. I think from season 1, chapter 1, and then they just, excuse me, instead of just giving you like an extra skin or like an updated whatever, they just gave you like more super styles aside from what you already have. And everyone that got the new release didn't get any of that. So, you know.
See, I'm surprised that they had the same issue that Digital Extremes has, because with
Warframe.
Yeah, with Warframe, they had Umbra and Umbra Prime, and Umbra Prime is exclusive to people who paid to be in the beta.
Not Umbra Prime. Excalibur Prime.
Excalibur, there we go.
And Umbra was released for everyone else.
Yeah. So Excalibur Prime is paid only, and you can't pay anymore because it's free to play. So they made the Umbra version because they have it in like a contract basically with the people who signed up that they are the only people who get Prime.
Huh.
Which was honestly kind of an awful thing for them to do.
Yeah. Because like I want to get Excalibur Prime, but I can't. I can only get Excalibur Umbra.
And that one is just free if you do the quest.
Yeah, and it's just different.
I'd rather have Excalibur Prime.
And where Epic comes into this is they have the exclusivity for every battle pass until the one like 3 passes ago. It's like it's really just shooting themselves in the foot because they could put those in the shop and sell them.
Fortnite OG is still a thing.
Yep.
Yep. Well, they're almost to season 4.
Yep.
So after that is season 5. All us car nuts that love that season. Oh man.
Fortnite OG Season X. When?
Oh yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, we had to go through until season X, and then yeah, right. God. Man. I never got through that, but I heard it was really good. So.
Yeah. I missed when Fortnite cared about the lore, even if it was just a little bit.
They care about the lore.
No, they don't. Not since Snoop Dogg. The Snoop Dogg season, they just stopped doing lore completely.
Well, that was a remix. That's why.
And they haven't gone back to doing lore since.
Yeah, they have.
Not that I've seen, but okay.
I mean,
I haven't paid attention to the lore in a while.
All the story quests, getting like they actually paid a lot of attention. I mean, leading up from the 0 point from Pandora's box in the end of season, what was it, chapter 5 seasons, all those seasons with the reckless post-apocalyptic stuff. That was a lot of lore, and then they had the Marvel season in there. But that still continued the Pandora stuff because Dr. Doom was the Wanderer. And then, what's it called? They had a bunch of connections to a bunch of Marvel stuff that was also setting up to probably... well, I don't want to give anything away, but yeah. They're definitely going to do more Marvel stuff, obviously. But that's obviously setting up more like, you know, as well as this MCU, but they're also tying that into Fortnite stuff. Because they're like, oh, now we can bring in X-Men and you know.
Well, I mean, we already have.
Fantastic Four stuff.
I think Wolverine was already a Battle Pass skin.
Oh yeah, well, a version of him, yeah.
Oh yeah, I also want to get Raven, but I can't because the Raven skin was a battle pass before I played.
Yeah.
Damn. I started playing
There's a chance.
during the season when they got rid of building for a little while.
I think that was the first time I played.
I believe it was Chapter 3, Season 2.
Yeah, my first was whenever they added Highwire.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought you played a
That
lot.
was
I mean,
later
I thought
in-
you played before that. Okay.
That was later in Chapter 3.
Might have been like Season 5 in Chapter 3.
Sounds about right. Season 4 or 5.
It was the Neo Tokyo season.
That was such a good. I did not play it, but I see a bunch of clips and videos on. Oh, it's so good.
Or am I
That's-
wrong? Neo Tokyo was Chapter 4.
Might have been. That's also where I have the clip on my channel on YouTube, where it's I have only the high frequency blade and like barely any health and armor, and I win by a hair, and then I overlaid Bury the Light from DMC.
Nice. Makari's theme song.
It's Nero's theme song. Or no, not Nero,
I know,
Virgil.
but it's Makari basically uses it for her theme song too.
Okay.
I am the storm that is approaching.
And then Shard. The
Dark clouds and isolation. I am reclaimer of my name.
Born in
Shard
flames,
of the-
I have been blessed.
My family crest is the demon of death. Forsaken, I am awakened. That song has
A
no right.
phoenix ashen dark divine.
That song has no right being as good as it is. Yeah, it's a 9-minute song and it takes them 7 minutes to get to the title. Buried alive deep within.
Barry.
And
I have
the only
in
comment
my
on
little
that.
hand. Sorry, go ahead.
The only comment on that clip is someone on YouTube who used to have a Virgil profile picture. He's just like, finally, someone who's motivated.
I have in my little hand Dragon Ball Z G Fuel.
Nice.
It is the only way to get the plain lemonade flavor, aka Super Saiyan.
I am
I'm just
real
saying.
Super Saiyan.
I am real Super Saiyan lesbian.
Super pooper scooper.
That was definitely a product of its time. That whole fucking video is just so uncomfortable nowadays.
Frieza was acting to Mickey.
It was Vegeta that was acting to... I use the phrase acting to Mickey all the fucking time.
Same.
And nobody knows what it's from. Unless they know, and then they know. But like, oh my god, I can't believe I just got destroyed by that one fucking guy. He was acting so fucking to Mickey. And Chad's like, what? But then that one chatter's like, hey! You can't reference that anymore. And I'm like, yeah, I can.
Just not
What are
all
you,
of
an
it.
F-word?
You must be real Super Saiyan lesbian. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Isn't that the one where one of them just like splits in half and he's just like
Yeah,
just doesn't react at all?
Krillin.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh no.
I'm pretty sure one of them just pops out of existence.
Yeah, he's just out of the air.
It's like,
I like the part where fucking the pickle wearing Piccolo's cape is floating onto the back.
Oh, yeah.
it's like, and they disappeared.
So that one part with like Goku like smiling down at Earth from the distance before crashing into it.
Oh yeah.
Huge.
That is a
spirit Goku.
meme. That is a meme that I pull in Fortnite. Let me boot up the game so that I can show you what I mean. I will just take a screenshot of it. Have you seen Polaris and the other superhero skins?
No, I've not seen that.
So you get to customize heavily their superhero outfit. That's how you get somebody running around in nothing but solid green spandex.
Yeah.
Head to toe. And if Fortnite ever fucking loads. Try to get my lemonade scoop out of the lemonade powder without getting it on the cut on my finger. Success. There we go. Fortnite. Okay.
Spawning vats. Who out here hitting the vat?
Yep.
Okay, now we're getting into levels that I'm not as familiar with.
That's good. Oh, that was a cool death stream.
Pretty sure only the Cacodemon uses that one.
That's cool.
The Baron and Hell Knight both have like a crying goat. Almost a cow. Yeah, that one. A secret is revealed. Now, I think the Oni cartoon you can't really like quote anymore would be the Harry Potter ones.
So this skin allows you to project from your chest a bat signal type thing.
Oh yeah.
And you get to pick any of the stickers that you have that you're just gonna like throw up, like the random hearts and emojis.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
There you go. You can take a look at it when you get a chance.
And
It's in the voice call chat.
Yeah, this game isn't as like Twitch heavy, so I can look over. All these guys.
You got
be
more
acting
than one
Mickey.
screen. Of course, you have more than one screen. How could you not have more than one screen?
I have 4 screens.
That's so many screens. But yeah, that's the meme. It's just Goku. Like, hey guys, it's me, Goku.
Hey, you want to see something funny?
Is it me? Am I funny?
I mean, yes, you are, but that's not what I was talking about. Be like, you know what? I don't want to play this mission. I'm under par.
What if Doom Guy could jump?
For real. He'd be a problem.
Why can't Metroid crawl?
You know, why can't Metroid crawl? What if Metroid was a woman?
Damn it! I was just about to do that. And of course, I had to mute because I was closing up a container.
What if Zelda was a girl?
Zelda was whamming.
I didn't know for the longest time that you didn't play as somebody named Zelda.
What if Zelda was whamming?
All those people in the fucking 90s who played the second quest in Zelda without knowing just because they always named their file Zelda.
Never mind that every NPC who talks to you calls you Link. In the first one.
I don't think they do they?
At least the
What?
the first wizard does. It's like, Link, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
He doesn't
Here's
ever
your sword.
say Link, he just says it's dangerous to go alone.
Oh, I thought he said
Here's
your
a
name.
woman.
Nobody
a
ever
woman?
addresses you by name. Just says it's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Insert
It's a
Fesh
secret to
Pence.
everybody.
Insert Fesh Pence quote. What's a woman? You know, we can ask the Dracula question because he asked, "What is a man?" So we can ask,
What is a man?
"What's a woman?" What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you. Here's the original Cyber Demon.
Looking
You
for my
shoot one of the
best.
skulls that he shoots, and then like it just kind of veers off. He just goes, "Oh shit!" and then and then just goes the other way.
This this entire fight is just, can you circle strafe?
It really is.
So is Spider Mastermind. There you
Granted,
go.
I never got very far in Doom because I didn't ever strafe. I just went forward, back, and turned.
The only, well, the way I played the first time didn't use a mouse at all.
Yep.
It was the arrow keys for movement, the greater
Control
than
for fire.
yeah, control for fire, greater than, less than for strafing, space for interact, and the brackets for changing weapons. That's how we played shooters in the DOS era. Although, from the start, they had planned for mouse control. I don't know why we never used it. Alright, so we've beaten Knee Deep in the Dead and the Shores of Hell onto Inferno.
I think part of it is that we didn't have mice all of the time back then. Like, mice weren't a huge thing until after Windows 3.1.
Yeah. Well,
like, that kind of pushed the need for computer mice. Until then, it was just primarily keyboards everywhere.
I mean, to be fair, I was born in 93, so my first operating system was 95. And we had mice.
My first operating system was IBM PC DOS 4. Although in hindsight, I think it might have actually been MS-DOS 4. And then we went to Windows 3.1, not 3.11, 3.1, and then 95. And I went from 95 to ME, and I was like, why does everyone hate ME? This is so much better than 95. What I didn't realize is that people were comparing ME to Windows 98.
Yeah, it's a step up from 95, but not 98. I went 95, 98, 2000, XP 7, Vista 7, and then kicking and screaming onto 10.
I'm kicking and screaming onto 11. It's not good. I use KDE whenever I can, actually.
What's that?
It's Linux graphical user interface.
Okay.
It's the same one that the Steam Deck uses for desktop mode.
That's why it sounded familiar.
In fact, did you know that if you have a Steam Deck, you're an Arch user?
Yeah, it's Arch with KDA on top.
Yep. But I use Arch. I don't use Arch, I use Windows. Do you have a Steam Deck? Then you use Arch.
But I thought it was a Windows wrapper. Only for games.
Wrapper, yes. Hardly know her, though. Are they infighting?
No, they're just running away. The Pinkies don't really attack each other, because all they have is a melee, and they know that I'm the target.
Oh, yeah, good.
So with that last, not last, but like the mission with the false exit in episode 2, I'm pretty sure John Romero developed that one. It's the only mission I know of that's like, hey, you thought this was the exit.
Yeah, every single person on the team made at least one Doom map, if I remember correctly.
I think so. But some of them... So I know Romero is the main map maker. American McGee came in like the last half-ish. Yeah. Okay.
God, I love my retro tink. Right, I never got around to talking about what the Mr. Multi-System is. I explained what the Mr. Project is. So the Mr. uses the DE10 Nano development board, and like I said, onto this you have to like buy and add on a bunch of extra development boards and shit to get it to do all of the stuff that the Mr. Project can make it do. Well, the Mr. Project is essentially finalized to this point, and somebody went and took the layout of the DE10 Nano development board. The FPGA that it uses, all of the components it uses, plopped it onto a bigger motherboard and added all of the extra add-ons that people need to put on the DE10 Nano to run all these extra cores. So it's just an all-in-one Mr. system with all of the add-ons already there. Including all of the different analog DACs and shit like that. So you can get CRT video output right out of the back of the unit, and they put it in a case that looks just like a game system from the 90s. So no longer does it look like a little science project sitting on your shelf. It actually looks like a game system now. And it costs about the same if you were to buy the DE10 Nano and all the extra add-on boards.
Is there a way to make it? Is there a way to make it run DOS?
Yes, there is an x86 computer core that actually emulates a 486.
Ooh.
It can run not only DOS but Windows 98.
See, I thought I was hopeful with like a 286.
No, it's a little bit slow for a 486. It emulates the 486 architecture at like 286 speeds.
Okay, that's not bad.
And the snack ports. Are you familiar with what MIDI is?
If I showed you my projects, you would know I know what MIDI is.
That's the joke. So you can actually connect MIDI out to the snack port and play DOS games with an actual MP32. Or, if you're like me...
thing.
Yep. Or if you're like me, you'll just get your little Raspberry Pi Zero and put Munt on it and plug that directly into the cartridge port on the Mr. Multi-System.
I fucking hate the name Munt.
I know.
It sounds dirty.
Know. It sounds so dirty. But either way, install Munt and GIMP on your Pi, and just plug it in, and it renders and feeds directly back into the audio channel pins the MT32 synthesized audio.
And don't forget to run Pi-hole on your other Pi.
Hell yeah.
Get rid of those ads. Yeah, the names for some of these projects.
I mean, it is, like, Linux is very punk culture.
Yeah.
So it makes total sense to me that they would call it GIMP and Munt and cunt and pimp and vagina.
Then you have to display your cunt, which is your creativeness, uniqueness, nerve, and talent.
So as a trans woman, I don't have any of that.
According to RuPaul, you do. It's fun to smack the skulls.
Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, like, bullets don't really do a whole lot to the Lost Souls. So you have to, like, put in a bunch. But if you have a fist, you're good.
Yeah, just fist him a little.
My god, there's so many cacodemons.
Whee!
Cacodemons. Wasn't there a Doom secret that took like 30 years for someone to actually manage to find?
That sounds right, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
It was like something that, like, stepping onto a teleporter was supposed to reveal a secret, but the teleport would teleport you before you touched the secret area, and so it never unlocked the secret. But then they managed to make it so that they managed to somehow kite a cacodemon over from halfway across the level and have the cacodemon push them onto the secret area, and then it said that the secret was revealed.
So was that just like a bad line def or something?
Yeah, it was a bug in the level design.
Huh.
People knew the secret was there, it just wouldn't trigger the secret found.
I mean, for that you could just like open it in Ultimate Doom Builder, flip the direction or definition, and then
Yeah.
export it again.
Yeah, and you could do that, but it was impossible to do on the original unmodified level
Yeah.
until someone found that method, and it was a pain in the ass to do. God, I love my retro tink. I've got a Insurrection Industries branded S-Video cable for PS1 and 2 on the way, which I'm going to be demonstrating on my channel.
Yeah.
Because the Tink can do optimal sampling over S-Video.
If you haven't already, follow New Von Deeb on Twitch.
It's New Van Dybe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's no Muad'Dib here.
But I can't listen, Al-Qaib.
I can tell you where my name came from, and you will be disappointed in me.
Alright, I know it's not Dune.
You're never going to guess it.
Probably not. I don't know as much media as you do.
I'll give you a hint. Before I run and pee, think about this hint.
Alright.
Movie star. Be right back.
Movie star.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So the hint was movie star. For some reason, when you said that, my brain went David Bowie.
Nope. Here, you think about it a bit more. I'm gonna go grab some ice and be right back. Okay, I'm back
Welcome back.
with ice. Give up?
Yeah.
When I was very young, and I was making my first quote-unquote screen name for America Online, I wanted to have something unique, and I wanted it to... I didn't want to do what my friends were doing, which was first name, last name, year of birth at AOL.com.
The standard.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. So I thought I would corrupt a name that wasn't my own over and over until it became almost unrecognizable.
Oh, is it a like fucked up anagram?
And the process went like this. Dick Van Dyke.
Yep.
Duke Van Dyke. Duke Van Dybe. Nuke Van Dybe. New Van Dyke.
Not a BFG.
Ah, big fucking gay.
That's me.
Big fucking gawk. There you go.
Hell yeah. Where is I want to suck it?
Sorry, I don't have one. Mine is not even a pea shooter at this point.
Yeah.
I want a large penis, but not only am I trans, I started from intersex, where I never actually hit puberty, so it never got bigger.
I wonder what pumping would do for you.
Make it turn kind of purpley and hurt a lot.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can. Turns out that in a case like mine, it can cause damage if done too often,
Yeah, makes
and
sense.
prevent the ability at all to. But yes. On one hand, I pass, and my voice never really dropped. The only reason I ever got a deep voice was because I vocal trained it down when I was on the phones, so that my customers would stop calling me sir. Would stop calling me ma'am. Because it was really awkward in QA when I would listen to my calls with the QA person there. They'd have their little pad out, and the customer would call me ma'am. And so I voice trained my voice way down. When I transitioned, I just stopped doing it, and my voice just kind of settled in, and what you hear now.
I guess I kind of do voice training, but it's because I sing with, I sing in the car a lot, and I've been listening to a lot of Ghost, and Tobias has a fairly high-set tenor voice.
I used to sing in my motorcycle helmet.
It's kind of funny singing along with Ghost, because in the newest album, there's a song called Lacrima, where he does like a flip into falsetto, and it's clearly an artistic decision. But I'm like, okay, Toby, both you and I can hit that note normally. You don't need to do that.
I am just fascinated by Dan Avidan's range.
Yeah, that's really my main thing, because like, while I am also the trains, I just want to maximize my range in both directions. Plus, let's face it, girls with deep voices, hot.
Definitely can be. Oh shit, all my presets are back.
What presets?
Fortnite at some point changed how character presets worked, and they have restored all of my presets, it seems.
Okay,
Like they reset the presets at some point, and now the presets are on resets.
that's cool. We're now in the House of Pain.
Hey yo, it's me, for real?
We hear another instance of the Phobos anomaly theme.
Oh, right, I remember the lesbian hyena character.
From what?
The season with all the cars.
Oh, yeah.
The Super Shredder cape goes hard on so many skins.
Ah, nice.
Oh, I got iced lemonade, and it is hitting a spot. Wow.
So that's the only way you can survive one of these crushers, is if you have God mode on.
I don't know if it's just me, but back when Doom 2 came out, even with God mode on, I could sometimes die in certain places, especially on the final level when it got too full of demons.
So I've played Doom 2 the least because I never really cared for it, honestly. It felt cheap.
The fox is insane.
Hello, Insane
Yes.
Fox.
Hello.
How is the fops?
The fox is now squeaky clean.
That's good.
That's really hot. I'm down.
Hell yeah. I'm up. Strangely enough.
Wow.
Isn't
I
this
woke
a-
up at...
People are tops and bottoms.
Isn't this a work night?
You know, I gotta wonder what I am, because...
Yes, it is.
Like, so we have tops, we have bottoms, we have switches, but then we have ace people who are just like, I'd much rather enjoy this pizza
I mean,
and watch some TV.
those can still apply.
But what am
Are
I?
you the big spoon or the little spoon?
Are you
Uh,
a social leader or not?
I guess in that way I might be a top. And that I am a take charge of the situation type person.
Yeah. Because it's not always a sexual thing. Oh, nice.
Did
But
you
what
get
if-
crushed there?
What if it was?
The answer is what are frogs? What are frogs?
We just don't know.
Vivians.
What are birds?
Birds are drones,
quoted-
but not from the government.
I quote it somewhat regularly, but my favorite thing about British, what's it called? Like documentaries, is they always have the same cadence. So you'll be watching something on, I don't know, religion origins, and they'll be saying, "What did Jesus Christ actually look like?"
What did Jesus Christ actually look like?
Turns out he looked like a man.
You know, I wonder what it would look like if you were to splice together a bunch of British documentaries then, and overlay them.
You'd get the range of David Attenborough mixed with John Cleese, I guess.
Jesus.
You know, what I'm hearing is that there's some wonderful unexplored territory for YouTube poops.
Also gotta include Jeremy Clarkson in there because he has a good voice. He's an asshole, but he's got a good voice.
Clarkson is an asshole. I'm looking through my back blings. Trying to find something that goes better with Spider-Gwen.
Oh yeah, I still need to load up my BattleTech character. I'm lazy.
These tune-shaded drumsticks, I think, would be best.
Oh yeah, with the dances Mike had Palpatine do, it was like it was back on 74. There were some celebration dances. Basically maximum zesty old man.
Watch me move it, Vader.
Don't forget
was
the third
hoping-
pair of Crocs.
I was hoping that we would get, like, Episode 1 Palpatine instead of just wrinkly old Palpatine.
Oh, you want the senator too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of, today we watched Star Wars Episode 1 and 2 Silent Movie Edition.
I heard of that.
They're shockingly good.
They're really good.
They uncheese the dialogue, and they simplify the dialogue so it's not just a bunch of rambling bullshit.
I'm sorry. Palpatine doing the new woman dance is hypnotic.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
I need to see this.
Is it good hypnotic or bad hypnotic? 'Cause
I
it
could
could
screen
be
share it.
both.
I'm currently wrapping up all my stuff.
Vader, watch me look back at it.
Lord Vader.
And
Watch me
I will
throw it
screen
back.
share it.
Watch me throw it back. Use your force to keep my spine in line.
Alright, look.
Aside from the Wookiee skin and the Death Star themed Crocs, I need I need the Stormtroopers. They need to know I'm with them.
Vader, I'm the Grim Reaper. Trick or treat.
Vader, hold this magazine. I think I have Riz. I'm gonna take this quiz. I think I have Riz.
Lord
There are 2
Vader,
questions.
can you see my mew?
Oh,
My chin grows stronger.
Fortnite is cursed.
to be honest, like, there was some Palpatine, like, impressions and stuff on Comedy Bang Bang, but my outlook of, like, sassy Palpatine is almost all, like, the Worthy Kids animation.
Oh
Vader,
no!
Hey, Vader, is this a bit? Is this a bit you're doing?
Palpatine with the Zeus traversal emote from when they had the Gods and Mortals one.
Oh yeah.
Just flying by casting Force Lightning downward.
Unlimited power.
No, no.
You will die.
Vader, I'm a Ninja Turtle.
Remember that show, Vader?
Raphael.
I'm gonna go cook some popcorn. We're gonna watch the whole season 1.
Vader, look, I'm you, Vader. This is what you look like.
He turned into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
There we
I was
go.
out there. They got fucking Hatsune Miku out there, Vader. It's fucking anarchy.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
When was the last time you scratched your balls?
Drive me closer. I want to hit them with my sword.
So what did they do with your... Oh, I'm sorry, Darth. I'm sorry. Ooh.
How are your testicles doing today? To
Oh.
shred, you say?
Two shreds.
Oh, that's cute. The bounce. the rabbit.
The way the fucking cloak flicks up.
Yeah, cloaks do that sometimes.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to be this zesty.
You know what that is, right? That's his pickle.
His
That's
pickles.
why it flips up. It's not bad dynamics of his cloak. It's...
Do you see this, Vader? They call it hitting the gritty.
I've got what the kids say, positive aura.
I'm out here looks maxing Vader. While you're in there sleeps maxing.
Oh my god.
What?
Just the unicorn. It's just so out of place.
Fart's rainbow and his dingy do is a unicorn.
Hey, did they
That's
ever-
canon though.
Did they ever have Nyan Cat?
This is the least cursed thing that you've shown me.
No.
They do have Neon Cat in the form of a emoji.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gun wrap. Yeah. Yeah, most likely an emote sticker.
Alright, we're done with House of Pain. On
I don't
to
know
the
if I have
Unholy
it.
Cathedral.
What have I got just in the way of like... Oh no.
What?
The double Pickle Rick Palpatines just dancing together.
Funniest shit I've ever seen. I remember this level. This level is a cunt. And not in a good way.
Vader, I need you to concentrate.
Remember that time in episode 3 where he basically came in his pants because of how evil Anakin is?
Oh, that was awkward as fuck.
Hey, look at this guy.
See, there's plenty of suffering in hell. It's just in the wall textures.
Yeah.
It looks like they're having fun though. I don't know about suffering.
This guy's having a good time.
The guy to his left isn't so much, but the guy above that person's they're all right.
Yeah, this guy and this guy are like struggling, but this guy's
Yeah, they're-
got it.
He's having a fun time. The one below them, kind of confused.
This guy's straight up Craigasming.
Yeah, he's just he's on one.
This is
Yeah,
some
most
kind
of
of
them are
new
just
application of
confused.
the Force.
Yeah, that's a focus. That's
This-
a higher advanced form.
This
Of
is
the Force.
This is basically what Palpatine's face looked like when he was feeling Vader's hatred.
Oh.
Straight coming on him.
Oh God.
What?
The clone. Someone's tucked under there giving him roadhead for real.
Man, that is the perfect jank. The old man is not supposed to move like that.
They say I've got the moves like Jagger. Who the hell is Jagger?
Just before your time, Palpatine.
Why is he older than me?
We got Samurai Vader, but then Vader himself was a Battle Pass skin back in Chapter 4? No, 3, I think. Yeah, Chapter 3, Season 3, the season after I started playing.
Big sneezing Amish.
So now you can get Vader doing this dance.
Did you know that Vader's suit was purposefully designed to make him uncomfortable at all times?
Yes.
Yep.
And later on, when he was doing such a good fucking job, Palpatine actually was like, alright, let's get you a better suit, and Vader was like, no, this one makes me stronger.
So he's a masochist.
In a manner of speaking. From a certain point of view.
According to the laws of aviation?
No. I'm sorry, hang on, I need to... There is something that Fortnite did
Yeah.
that I cannot abide.
What's that?
I'll just pick... I'll pick this one. And it is this.
One sec, gotta tune into the stream. Alright, watching.
Shoes?
Oh, Nike's on top.
Nike's on top. And then you put a gun in her hands, because... Of course you do.
See,
Also, pickle top.
I just think Crocs are funnier.
Well, yeah, Crocs are funny, but at the same time, like, Toph is blind and sees through the vibrations in the ground.
Yeah. Toph should be barefoot at all times.
The one time that she wears shoes, she removes the soles from the shoes so that her feet are still in contact with the ground.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can have Toph sniping people in the air in Fortnite is kind of disgusting.
Oh, kitty cat.
I like how with Korra you have Korra, but then like also Super Saiyan Korra. But you don't have just like regular plain Avatar State Korra. But with Aang you have regular Aang, and then as a separate skin you have Avatar State Aang. There's just no consistency here.
See, they don't make money off of consistency. They make money off the characters.
True. But also Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, is that from oh, that movie?
Free Guy or whatever.
Yeah,
The last guy.
that was Free Guy.
Last Action Hero.
A free guy.
Last Action Hero was Schwarzenegger.
I have all of the team leader skins.
Hey, Blue. Cat is meowing.
Meow.
Yeah.
Meow. Meow.
Oh yeah, if you want a good idea of what Nuvi's character is, watch the Death Stranding 2 trailer until you see the goo cat.
Okay. Sitting behind me right now. Oh, I moved it. Sitting to my left right now is a PS5 Pro. I don't have any games for it, but I did pre-order one, and I'm going to be streaming it in a little less than 2 months. Ooh, I'm so
Death Stranding game?
I'm so fucking excited. Holy shit. Now, do I stream Death Stranding leading up to the Death Stranding 2 release, or do I just...
You did just get done with a playthrough of it.
I did just get done with my 3rd playthrough of it, yes.
Sounds like a good excuse for a 4th.
It does, doesn't it?
Maybe playing it not on hard.
You're right, play it on brutal.
I mean, it was my first time playing it on hard. It forced me to interact with game systems that I never interacted with before. For example, playing the game on normal, shoes are never a concern. But playing it on hard, your shoes will wear down at a rate that you actually have to consider bringing better shoes with you. Because there were a couple times when playing it on hard, I just broke my shoes walking around so much because I wasn't used to having to plan around, carrying shoes. And I think playing it on an even harder difficulty will force me to interact with other game systems that I never really that I never really interacted with before, that I might have taken for granted.
At the same time, you were very frustrated in boss fights later on.
I was very frustrated with boss fights later on, but I don't think that it was ever, unfair. I recently got really fucking mad at a video game called Pacific Drive.
Yeah.
Because they've patched in more content steadily since the game released. And some of this new content feels unfair. And it has injected just angry bad moments into the game that weren't there before. But at least in Death Stranding, the boss fights did feel fair. And I only died maybe once or twice throughout them. And yes, I did lean back in my chair and give out an exasperated sigh, but I wasn't mad.
I think you were more mad at the checkpointing in the boss fights.
I was mad at the checkpointing in the boss fights.
Because it was oh, your 3rd phase, start over.
Alright, I am off to bed. Good night, guys.
Alright, good night.
How dare you?
I dare.
How dare you sleep?
You know,
No sleep allowed.
he who dares wins.
Wow, just leaving on that note. I can't fucking believe they would do that.
But what about what fucking Beastie Boys said? No sleep till Brooklyn.
Or, let me look up the lyrics to it. Bare naked ladies, who needs sleep? Who needs sleep? Well, you're never gonna get it. Who needs sleep? Tell me what's that for? Who needs sleep? Be happy with what you're getting. You're by a guy that's been awake since the Second World War.
Okay, so this is a teleport puzzle. It's mostly just which one doesn't teleport you back to center. All of them do. Fantastic.
I went ahead and picked up the Iron Spider outfit, even though I will never probably use it unless I'm playing with other people as Spider-Man. and I'm trying to join in with the theme because I wanted the back bling that it came with. Marvel, please, not Marvel. Fortnite, please give us separate back blings. Also, okay. I get all tongue-tied whenever I see She-Venom.
I mean, with good reason. Those hips don't lie.
Like a goddamn... This is the most caked up emote that I've ever seen. The emote buffs everyone's ass. No exaggeration. Look at this. And then without the emote. I mean, there's some cake there.
Basically,
I wish I could mod my own character into Fortnite so bad.
Basically, anytime Venom is in anything, everyone should be asking, where's the cake?
I know! Venom exists in the butt. That's where all the mass goes. But like, okay, in the Venom movie, when She-Venom comes onto the scene, my brain just ceases function. Like, that's fucking hot. But then you also have, like, the hardcore victim skin.
Oh, the gummy characters?
Yeah. There was flesh here. It's gone now. America team leader. Didn't we get a new cat recently? Yeah, here she is, Kate. Kate Meowdy. Kate has no cake. But then we also got, like, Evil Kit. And I suspect that this skin was probably being worked on for that one Nitro season, but then just didn't get finished in time or released in time.
What even was Nitro?
It actually had a few effects. When you were splashed or applied with the Nitro effect, you had temporary infinite sprint, and...
Use that
I think you would sprint faster, and I think it also gave you immunity to fall damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I use that extensively during the Wasteland season.
Yeah, I think that was just... Well, whatever season it was. Hi, welcome back. But yeah, I think that this was intended to be released in that season, and they just never got around to it, and they just delayed it for a few seasons and released it just a couple weeks ago, or whenever it was. Last season.
Alright, I've acquired blue, I have yellow. Bitches love yellow.
Jake with big legs.
Cursed.
Slightly, but he is a shapeshifter, so I don't mind it so much.
True. He do stretch sometimes.
Of all of the emotes that we could have gotten for Jake, the one that I would have hoped for was the one that we got, the bug dance.
So here's the thing.
One where he's all like...
That's the real exit right there. However, this room is somewhere between rewarding and not.
I forgot that we got Isaac Clarke. Isaac Clarke, Dead Space.
Mr. Dead Space.
Mr. Space. Mr. D Space. And we never got, like, just a big, giant fucking stomp emote. That would have been so good with the Isaac Clarke.
You would think that would come, like, default.
Just like all of your weight into one massive stomp with one of your boots.
Yeah, accompanied by that one song that's like, Big Steppa.
Big Steppa. That is such a Zephora fucking emote.
Which one?
Let's see, sort by latest acquired, all, apply. This one.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one. Big
This is
Steppa.
Zephora pilled right here.
I'm on the streamer.
Yeah.
Alright, we are on episode 3, mission 6, Mount Erebus. This is kind of a long one.
I just realized. Hold up. We have Pickle.
And Pickle Rick.
And we have Pickle Rick. There we go. I have Pickle with Pickle.
Nickname Dill.
I guess you could say I'm a big dill. Name of the skin, I can't make that joke. But like, okay. This, like, space-skinned pickle man is horrifying.
I don't ever want to see a purple pickle.
Unfortunately, here it is, the purple pickle.
One-eyed, one-horn, flying purple pickle eater?
Also, red pickle.
Infection.
Yeah.
Also, yellowy pickle.
Jaundice.
Also, blue pickle.
Question mark.
There we go. Blue and blue crackled pickle. Also, other red pickle. And space pickle. So many pickle.
See, I just see purple. That's just purple drank pickle, which they actually make.
Wow. Sounds like a grapple, but pickle.
Would you call it pickle drank?
Pickle drank. Yeah. That's Big D power, bruh. Cuh. You know how we do.
So I'm gonna go for the alternate exit, which is down here.
Ooh.
Wow. It's just like Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
Okay, I messed up.
Wow, you messed up.
Yeah, my mistake was not staying at the entrance of that room.
all the
also
way
wrong
back
building.
down. If I go all the way down to the bottom of my acquired emotes, this was apparently my first acquired emote. The Cuddle Team Leader.
Here we go.
And yeah, Malice is back in the shop, and she was like the 9th emote I ever got. Not emote, skin. Was I saying emotes this whole time?
Only for Cuddle Team Leader and that one.
Why is Demogorgon sexy?
Because you're a monster fucker.
I am a monster fucker. And for some reason, the Demogorgon can wear shoes.
It's gotta be comfy.
Democroc. There we go. Demogorgon with big toe. What are those? Big stepper. But yeah, I don't know why the Demogorgon is. Yeah, I am just a monster fucker. That's all there is to it.
It's like, it doesn't do it for me, but you know, you do you.
Then everyone got upset that they nerfed Bigfoot's feet size when they released the kicks, so that they could fit shoes on Bigfoot. But they should have just made the shoes bigger.
That's what I was about to say. Why not just make the shoes bigger?
That's what they did with Godzilla, but Bigfoot still has nerfed feet.
It's much easier to deform the attachment than the appendage.
Just put on the Wookiee shoes.
When are they going to do a
Wookiee
deal with
shoes are
Jack
huge.
Links?
You're huge.
Hell, when are they going to do a deal with Sasquatch?
Yes, when I started to really collect all of the Cuddle Team Leader skins.
Alright, so I need to go here.
That's not Toby Maguire.
That's Thomas Holman.
I wish we would get more Imagined Order lore. Like, we basically heard nothing from them for like a couple chapters now. Like, Midas has come back a couple times, but like, nothing from the IO. And I really want the Seven to come back in some capacity. And I want them to accept Jonesy as the 8th member, and I want him to be the legend.
Alright, this needs a little bit of setup. I need to get in that. There is a way to lower that area, but there's a way to sequence break by using a side strafe. Would you fuck off? This is why I hate the Lost Souls. You know what? They're dead now, so I can just start doing stuff.
Speaking of Zephora, back when they had their plushes go up for pre-order, I nabbed 4 of them.
Nice. I wanted one, but I couldn't afford them.
So 3 of these are I have specifically to gift people on like Christmas and shit who didn't
That's cool.
who weren't able to get one. So I might give you one.
I would appreciate.
We'll
You don't need to, but I appreciate.
Yeah, well, I have 3 extras, you know. So
Yeah.
they're specifically because I know that there are people in my life that were unable to get one. They were a limited run. They only made X number, and these are each tagged with which number they are in the lot. So.
God damn it. Okay, so I need to not go in there right now.
Did you know that Doom Guy can sprint
Yes, it did.
and strafe?
I have all
I
his run
didn't for the
turned on.
longest time. Yeah, I didn't know that you could run and sprint and strafe in this game until like fucking 5 years ago.
See, that was wrong. Who out here making mistakes?
I want a garden. I will be back. I'm going to run and get some more ice because all
Okay.
my ice melted because it was old ice.
Okay. Man, gotta get a big drink.
The cat came back.
Welcome back.
'Cause baby, you're a firework. I got a package in the mail. Would you like to know what it is?
Sure.
It is a aux cable for connecting my Rodecaster to one of my phones. Hopefully I do not need an inline amp for it, but I'll get one if I need it. And Green Tea Monster. The best monster. Also, Xeno. Good night, Xeno. Oh, shit.
What?
That person that I went to say hi to a while back is playing Death Stranding.
Ooh.
I need to go scream at them.
Oh, I overshot it. Too short. Nope. Okay.
And I'm back.
Why? Welcome back. Why is this not letting me jump?
Oops, you are jumping too late.
Nah, I need to get there, and it's just... I need to get the, 45 degrees perfect, and this wall is a pain.
Wow.
Got it.
Are you familiar with the Mega?
The streamer?
Yeah.
One of Zephora's friends?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it's like...
Which
Of the Australian streamers I follow, I actually think I followed Nixie first because she
see?
she
Yes.
helped Mike finish the longbacks model basically.
Yeah.
And then one time Mike went so late that Zephora was online, so they raided Zephora.
Yeah. Zippy, Mixie, and Meggy. All three of them. And then also Obvious Occurrence, who is not part of their, circle, but...
Yeah. Is he Australian? Nuva?
What?
Is Avi Australian?
Yeah.
Oh.
So is, Entropy Eternal, who now goes by Hypnotic Dissonance. Except they moved to Canada.
Canada. I'm considering Canada.
So am I.
Currently the goal is Chicago.
I'm just...
Yeah.
What do I even do? My own government wants to kill me.
Yep, same. Yeah, the current goal is Chicago. At some point, the goal is probably somewhere in the Pacific Northwest.
So, Pacific Drive.
Nah.
Nah?
Although one of my friends is obsessed with that because it's basically in her backyard.
I mean, Chloe lives in Pacific Northwest and she plays Pacific Drive. I am still mad at the game. Oh wow!
Yeah, big.
I thought you could I thought you could circle strafe.
I can, but this is a smaller arena.
Wow. To defeat the Cyber Demon, have cyber sex with it until it dies.
I don't know what they told you, but I'm not as big as Mr. Hands' horse. But do you know part of the backstory for that?
I
What
don't
happened?
know the whole backstory. I
So-
know what everyone knows about it.
So it was a regular occurrence for him and his friends to do that. It's just that night they happened to be with the horse nicknamed Big Dick.
I think I've read stories like this.
And the occurrence happened. But it was basically just one well-endowed horse who is extra well-endowed.
They thought they had trained for this day.
It turns out you can train for girth, but not necessarily length. Yeah, I figured that happened.
Damn.
That's alright. I'd like to redo the Cyber Demon fight anyway. What level is this? Oh, it's E9. Oh yeah, that's because I got the secret exit.
I wish the pinkies were more caked up than they are.
I wish the pinkies weren't as bullet spongy as they are.
It looked like there was one more in there, but no.
Yeah, but after I trigger that thing, this wall will drop and cacodemons will be there. Yeah, see that? The line
extra
defs.
walls.
Yeah, the line defs on this are like normal walls,
Dark.
and this bright is the interactable, or not interactable, but like event wall.
Scripted to not just be a wall. I like how these are specifically UAC branded rockets.
Yeah.
I have some feedback
Yeah.
regarding your stream layout that might make it a bit friendlier and more... What's the word I'm always looking for to describe layouts that are easy to just look at for a long time?
Easy on the eyes.
Not necessarily.
Inviting?
Speaking of music, by the way, I got my hands on a iPod 5.5 Gen.
See,
Did you know?
I don't actually buy into the whole best DAC thing with the 5.5.
I got it not because of the DACs. I got it for a different reason. I can't exactly remember, but the processor in it is just good enough to read ALAC audio files, which is the Apple lossless audio codec. Basically FLAC, but Apple. And you can convert FLAC and WAVE to ALAC pretty easily. So I have the thing loaded up with lossless audio.
Yeah, I'm also not entirely convinced about the lossless audio thing. Like, when editing, yes, it's nice to have all of the information. You can't hear all that.
It really depends on the person. Okay. Not everybody is able to tell the difference, but some people are sensitive to it, and of those people, some are more sensitive than others.
Yeah, like I can tell up to a certain point, and then once you're beyond some threshold, I'm like, yeah, it's just audio.
True. Still, there are a few reasons why I like lossless audio codecs. Oh my god, there's assholes everywhere. Primarily, I am a preservationist. And I try to hold on to the highest possible, if not original, quality of everything that I can. This extends to media that I put onto audio players, unless it's like just a niche or shitty or purpose-built audio player to have non-lossless things on it. For example, if I'm going to make an actual mixtape for listening to on a tape deck, I mean, that's going to have to not be lossless.
Actually, you would want the source to be lossless, because that'll
want the
mean
source to be
still,
lossless.
It'll still be good on the tape, even though the tape is going to introduce its own frequency response.
Exactly. Otherwise, it is very much like faxing a fax.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons that I like having lossless audio. Even on, like, if the player can handle lossless audio, I want lossless audio on the player. That's what I'm saying. And I'm just saying that, you know, the 5.5 Gen iPod can handle lossless audio. And it's modded with an SSD. So it can hold like a terabyte or 2 terabytes of data instead of like 128 megs or whatever it was.
Yeah, this fucking mission is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it looks like it. And I also, paradoxically, had it modded with a Bluetooth audio adapter.
Oh, nice.
And when it's connected to a Bluetooth audio device, there is a blue LED that you can see if you look down into the headphone jack.
Yeah, I considered Bluetooth until I saw that you would have to give up the headphone jack, and I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that it should be a choice. I think everything should have Bluetooth as an option, and an audio jack as an option.
I think it's only a choice between the two because people are like, well, you don't want to modify it more than you have to. And I don't care. These things are 20 years old. Nobody gives a shit anymore.
So mine has both. It has Bluetooth and it has the audio jack.
Which for iPods, I went 7th gen. I have almost a terabyte in there, and when my other projects are done, and I have the income, I'll just get 4 512 SD cards. Right now they're mismatched, so I have a 400 and two 256. So I have like 900.
I remember 400 gig SD cards.
Yeah, I got it. I got it when it was like $40, and 512 was still like 70.
Have you heard of SD Express yet?
Yes, I have. Are you talking about the new thing with Nintendo Switch 2?
Well, the new thing that the Nintendo Switch 2 requires, yes.
Yeah. I don't remember what mine is, but since it's running it at PATA speeds anyway, it doesn't really matter for the iPod. But if it was any kind of high-speed device, I would want the fastest I can get.
Well, Express doesn't mean fast.
What's it mean?
So SD Express it can reach higher speeds eventually than SD can, but it is not in and of itself a higher speed of SD card. It is a completely different technology built on SD technology.
Okay.
It essentially has smart power and thermal management in addition to just being a almost completely bare metal NAND. So, you know how we had issues where SD cards were melting and burning out? Oh. So, the first 1 terabyte SD cards that they came out with were like melting and catching on fire inside the devices that they were being used in because these devices just had slightly higher power throughput than other SD card devices. So SD Express is out there in order to combat that, because there's a problem. Let me mute this. Come on, fucking computer. Okay. So SD Express can communicate with the reader and tell it what its thermal requirements are and power requirements are and how fast it can go and all of this, instead of just having that all be passively a passive thing. Because the way that regular SD works is the computer makes a call to the drive for whatever. The drive asks the SD card for it, and it just gets that data at whatever the SD card can run at. SD Express tells the device instead how fast it can go, what its thermal limits are, the power requirements, and a bunch of other self-reporting information, which I think should also help keep fake units off the market.
Yeah.
But it's also taking a while to catch up to the capacity of SD cards. For example, 1 terabyte SD Express cards didn't exist until after the Nintendo Switch 2 announcement.
So now, basically.
Yeah, but like we already have like 2 terabyte regular SD cards, and it's going to be a while before we have 2 terabyte SD Express cards.
I can't wait till normal SSDs get cheaper again.
Yeah, they already are pretty cheap again, but they could go cheaper.
It's like one terabyte for 120. That's not reasonable.
Okay, so SD cards will report things like the manufacturer ID, serial number, manufacturing date, the structure version of the actual, like, architecture, the read and write block lengths, the capacity. SD Express also reports things like trim, volatile write caching, which, like, the SD cards can actually have write caching on the card itself, apparently. Which essentially is RAM, so that the computer can dump a lot of info fast to the card, and then let the card kind of write that over time, which is one of the reasons why you want to safely eject your SD card.
Because, oh boy, does it take a while for the SD to actually write. Because, like,
Yep.
same with USB. If it gets hotter, it'll go slower.
Yep. Maximum transfer rates, namespace size, which is the capacity in large block arrays. Smart health data that you would normally have to get off of like a hard drive or SSD. SD cards will support now. And all this extra stuff, and that's supposed to basically keep the SD cards from melting in the readers, because I've actually had that happen now. I had a Steam Deck dock, and into the Steam Deck dock I put a micro SD card, and one day I woke up to the smell of burning, and I looked over, and the Steam Deck that was lying on my bed had a smoking SD card in it. It was not in the deck itself, thankfully. It was in the SD adapter plugged into the deck. But it killed my SD card adapter, it did not kill my Steam Deck. But yeah. That is why Nintendo is requiring SD Express, because that was happening in Nintendo Switches.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if it doesn't have Express, we'll just not use it?
Correct. It won't even work. SD Express also has more pins on the back.
That would help with faster speed.
This is what SD Express looks like on the back.
Wow. Yeah, because normal SD, like old school SD, is basically just USB 2, but tiny.
Yes, but they get faster and faster speeds. But because of these extra pins, the SD Express can reach higher speeds than SD can in the current day. But it's not just called Express because of the faster speeds. That's just kind of a byproduct of the change of technology. Which is mostly to keep them from fucking melting. That said, regular SD cards are still faster than hard drives.
Yeah.
A lot faster than hard drives.
But it's still Flash.
It's still Flash, but it's faster than hard drives. So it's actually feasible to pop one of these into a Steam Deck and still get decent load times in your games. For my part, though, I generally relegate my Steam Deck SD card for third-party games and emulators, because, I mean, an SD card is so much faster than an optical drive, it's not even funny. And I can just run a PS1 ISO off of it just fine.
You want to see something funny?
Spider Mastermind?
It's dead.
Wow! You win!
The loathsome spider demon that masterminded the invasion of the moon base has caused so much death has had his ass kicked for all time. A hidden doorway opens, you enter. You've proven too tough for hell to contain. Now hell at last plays fair for you to emerge from the door to see the green fields of Earth. Home at last. You wonder what's been happening on Earth while you were battling evil unleashed. It's good that no hellspawn could have come through that door with you. Daisy.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. What was it? It
I don't
won't
remember.
be a fancy marriage. Oh my god, they killed Daisy. But you'll look sweet upon the sweet seat of a bicycle built for two.
You know, for the longest time, I thought, like, the background was like something that the demons built, but no, it's skyscrapers, just heavily fish-eyed.
Yep. And I think that's a really interesting artistic choice, too.
Yeah.
And this is what leads into Doom 2.
Yes, although there is a different campaign that's Thy Flesh Consumed, episode 4.
So this takes place after you escape Hell, but before the start of Doom 2?
I think so. It's also fuck yourself hard.
Mega is about to finish Death Stranding.
Oh boy.
She's on the way to the final boss right now. Stumbling across a river.
Is this her first time playing?
I don't know.
Basically how I play this level is if I don't finish with more than 80 health, I restart.
I'm asking if it's their first playthrough. It is Mega's first playthrough. I've actually really enjoyed it, she says. I adore Mega.
Get out of my way! That's a restart.
I'm trying to wonder, like, if I had a human form VTuber, would it be more of a Nekomata?
I don't know. Oh, that's a restart. Ugh.
Nekomata is like human head and body. Cat ears, tail, cat arms and legs. So like the arms are all fur from the shoulders down and... Damn it, now I want a Nekomata version of Nuvi.
Do it.
But like, what would Nuvi human face look like? Besides sexy.
But sexy to who? Because personally, I find
The
conventional.
lesbians.
All right, because personally, I find conventional attractiveness, where it's like supermodel face, to be extremely boring. You know what I mean?
Kinda.
It's like, oh, you like my perfect cheekbones and featureless skin? No, you're
but then-
boring.
But then you have like Mega, who is attractive, conventionally, but like also very anime.
Yeah.
And then you have Ziff, who was, I think, honestly much better as the Pokemon. I like Growlithe, Arcanine Ziff way more than Human Ziff, but I get why they're separating themselves from the Poke2 persona.
I agree, but I like humans if almost just as much.
I'd say it's like a 75% as much for me. It's a significant step down.
Now,
I still love Ziff.
The step down for me is mostly just the fidelity of the model. But that
Oh
can't be,
yeah, it is a lot less expressive.
but that can't be helped because
Yeah.
like Arcanine Ziff was very expensive.
Expressive, yeah. And
And-
I've been starting to look more into expressions, and I think I can actually get mine to look a little bit more expressive than it is. I really want to raise the cheeks over the lower eyelid when I smile a bit more.
Yeah.
It's all... So, the blend shapes were all delivered to me correctly, and like, I had to take the blend shapes and make them into the expression shapes, though. And I think I could have done a much better job.
So the person doing my model is honestly probably undervaluing themselves. I'm
gonna message that person real quick, actually.
Who?
Syri, the one that did my...
my model is nowhere near as expensive as yours. Although I think yours was also ground up new mesh.
It was not ground up new mesh. It did have a base to go off of.
Okay.
But the artist did not have the wings or tail or ears or face done, because Demon Nuvi doesn't have anything remotely like a human face. There's not even a nose.
Yeah. Mine, I basically had everything except the tail. And I guess I did have the tail from the previous artist who was doing it. But there's another problem with my model. While I did deliver the full mesh, we discovered that the person who made the mesh purposefully fucked with it.
What do you mean?
Like, it's... So it... Everything you see normally, like in a game engine or a render, is fine. That's how it should be. But when you get to the vertices, they're like offset. They're not symmetrical in any way.
So are you saying it was poorly made, or that it has essentially been obfuscated and made difficult to edit on purpose?
It was made difficult to edit on purpose.
Was that part of the deal?
I don't know. Honestly.
So, when I ordered this from Sayuri, there were extensive discussions on what I could and could not do with this model.
So I should mention that the issues were discovered by the current artist, and she has fixed those.
Okay, cool. So I am able to use this model for pretty much anything that I want, as long as it does not involve other people being able to easily get their hands on the model. Written into the clause of the contract in regards to that, if is basically... What was that?
I was just remarking that I did it again, where I loaded a save from the previous thing instead of the new one. Anyway, you're saying make it purposely difficult for other people to get a hold of the model and...
So there is a clause in our contract that states that there are certain use cases where it is out of my control that somebody will be able to get their hands on the model. For example, in VR chat, the client has to be able to download the model from the VR chat servers, and it exists now in their computer in a rippable format. And that it is out of my hands, and if that happens. This was specifically discussed with my artist and brought into the contract. So like it is, if I'm allowed to use this model in like video games and VR chat, and it is not my fault if someone then decides to rip my model and make unauthorized porn of my character, or modify the model to use as a base of their own avatar, which is plagiarism, and it's not my fault if they do it. Whereas in the original wording of the contract, it was my fault, and it was my responsibility to legally chase after these people. So we had this whole big long discussion about the license. Yeah, it isn't reasonable, but we had this whole big long discussion and wrote and rewrote the agreement until we came up with one that we're both very happy with, and
hey,
basically,
thanks for the raid.
Hey, hello raiders.
Welcome on in, get comfy and squeaky as you like.
One thing that I'm allowed to do is I can send someone the model. They have to sign a secondary contract that basically says that they agree to abide by the same restrictions as the original agreement, in that they cannot send it to anyone. And this allows me to send my model to other people for making content under my name, such as if somebody wants to use my model to do something funny during a clip compilation. I can send them my model, and they can use it for those purposes. Or if I want someone to modify my model to add bigger titties, I can do that, as long as the artist that I'm hiring just glances over the agreement and agrees not to, like, steal the model and such. So we've gone and done all of that kinds of shit, but like at the same time, the model that I got is a very nice model and very easy to edit.
So the original artist. So with the original artist, they got what the new artist got, which was all the models that I had. Their edition was the tail, because I didn't have a tail when I sent it to them. But
Can you shake the tail?
I don't know. I don't have it yet. Currently, she's working on Viseams. Or Viseams, however you pronounce that. And
VI seams?
Yeah. And then I think is blend shapes, and then clothing. So like the face is the focus right now.
Oh shit. Hey, I just got distracted as you said that because Mega just started the final boss fight.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead and say what you said again. From VI seams, which they're working on right now.
There's also clothing, and the main focus at the moment is the face. Yeah.
Nuvi's a nudist, so we don't have to worry about clothing.
I have to, because my model came with tits and vag.
Wow, mine did not. Sayuri doesn't do NSFW, but it is written into our contract that I am allowed to use my model to create NSFW content, perform NSFW acts, and have it modified by another artist with NSFW pieces.
I have ideas that might be fun to do.
Wow.
Yeah. Because a big thing I want to do with my models that I get is music videos.
Nice. I was actually, there's another streamer here named Momohiro Akane, and she was struggling with a model that she was trying to stream with for a while because it had genitalia, and a couple times the model just kind of glitched and flashed chat. And so she had to just stop using the model. And I'm wondering, maybe since Blender can actually work directly with VRMs now,
I didn't know that.
if it would be easy to just, like, paint on undies, you know?
Probably. I don't like this health. Fuck it. I'm tired of looking at 4-1.
Hey.
Oh!
Right, I am a mod now. I can do this. Haha! Get shouted out, nerd. Yeah, I really did just wake up thirsty as fuck and proceed to drink like 50 ounces of fluid. I will be right back.
Go piss girl. I did it.
Hi.
Welcome back.
The piss girl has pissed.
Was it a good piss?
It was an okay piss. I've had better.
Yeah. Win some, you lose some.
Like, I've had really good pisses, I've had really bad pisses. This is kind of in the middle.
Had some of the worst pisses.
Hey, she beat the last boss.
Yay! Playing on normal?
By the looks of it, either normal or easy. It is a more narrative game than anything else, so... Normal's okay. Normal.
Ugh. Oh, you know what? I should probably get the health up here.
Right, I was gonna 3D print
There was
a
no health
Pyro
up
Crystal
there.
hand.
What about a Kyber crystal?
Nah.
Although, honestly, I wouldn't want to print a normally transparent thing unless I had, like, really good transparent filament.
I mean... I don't have good transparent filament, but I have one of the best printers on the market right now.
Which one?
It's the K2 from Creality. With a 4x filament feeder. I can finally print multicolored bullshit. Kinda fucking wild.
God damn it.
God damn it indeed. I should 3D print Nuvi as an emote. Not an emote, an amiibo.
You should. These enemies are wafer thin.
I would need...
Yeah.
Thinking. I would need a few different colors. I would need more colors than I have. With my 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no. Demon Nuvi only uses 4 colors. I think. I could do that.
I'm gonna reload that.
Wow.
You can really tell this was made after the fact, because it is way harder.
Oh yeah. This reminds me of the Doom Eternal DLC insofar as the jump in difficulty. Are you familiar with the story behind that?
Nope. I stopped playing Eternal about halfway through.
So Doom Eternal had DLC that came out that was developed during the everyone working from home COVID era time. Doom Eternal releases, and there are 2 kinds of players. I should say there are 2 kinds of Doom Eternal fans. There are the ones that played it through the game when the game released, and then put the game down. They were like, wow, that was a fun experience. And then there are the people who wanted more. And so they are the ones that used Snap Map and made really hard maps that really tested skill. And so when they were studying who to make this DLC for, id Software basically asked the players what they wanted and looked at the players that were actively playing the game and targeted the difficulty of the DLC at them. These were all people who were the people that were active enough to bother responding when they would do like polls and stuff were the ones that wanted like more of a challenge and who had actively been honing their skills in Doom Eternal in multiplayer and modded maps since the game came out. The people that just played Doom Eternal and then put the game down, who were the actual vast majority of players, did not really give any feedback to these things. So when the Doom Eternal DLC came out, it was an overly difficult slog to most of the player base. And
yeah, I did hear complaints about it.
Yeah, and that's what happened. They targeted the DLC toward the people that were actively like doing the snap map and multiplayer because they didn't want the game to be too easy. And then they found out that the majority of people who actually played the DLC felt that it was way too hard because they had they played the game when it came out and their skills had atrophied because they put the game down, and it was harder than the last levels. Like the beginning levels of the DLC were harder than the last levels of the actual campaign, and it only got more difficult from there. So they corrected it and actually made the DLC easier, which pissed off the people that actually enjoyed the DLC, and the people that played the DLC and found it too hard didn't go back and play the corrected, easier version of the DLC that they patched in.
At that point, you just can't win.
At that point, you just can't win. And then when they released the part 2 of the DLC, they specifically targeted the original players who found it too difficult from the get-go, who then did not go play the second DLC because they didn't play the original DLC, and it's part 2 of that. Why would they bother? It's going to be even harder, right? And then the people who enjoyed the original part 1 DLC, who felt cheated that they made the whole thing easier, now we're being handed a part 2 of the DLC, which was also easy. And so they didn't enjoy the DLC. So they just kind of, I think that they later on did, like, patch in the original DLC as well, and a harder version of DLC 2 to try to make everyone happy. But, like, people don't know that they did this.
Trying to find a good way to deal with this. So, when I interact with that, that will raise, and there are going to be 3 barons. I think. Are barons the pink ones?
What? Barons the pink... Oh, let me look up.
It's been a while.
The barons are the pink ones.
Okay. So there are going to be 3 barons, and then a bunch of lost souls.
And the Hell Knights are the gray ones. You should play Riven.
I would probably want to play Mist first.
You should play Mist.
If you want to help me through it, I'm down.
You know what I think?
Oh.
Beach.
What?
I forgot there's actually one more boss in Death Stranding that Mega's getting to. She is at the end of the game, and I am... It's one of my favorite games of all time, so I am kind of invested in the journey here.
Well, yeah, I figured you would be.
So I just did this to Mega.
Thank you for
And
the
one of the...
subs.
You're welcome. One of the people that got the subs that I just gifted to Mega, Uncle Fecal Philiac. I randomly gifted a sub to Uncle Fecal Philiac. You're welcome, Uncle Fecal Philiac.
You get your butt candy, I guess.
Don't call it butt candy or I will slap you.
Hey, he's the
Yeah.
fecophiliac.
Bleh.
I personally don't care for that flavor of chocolate.
Speaking of chocolate, I have Torani chocolate syrup. If you don't know what that is, it's like it is a snow cone syrup consistency, very runny syrup, made for mixing into drinks. So if I want, I can have a mocha made with this chocolate syrup. Mocha latte. I also have white chocolate syrup and peppermint syrup. And I made a peppermint mocha the other day. It also has allowed me to make some new soda mixes. If you've ever enjoyed vanilla Coke, you'll probably enjoy white chocolate Coke.
I'm open to try it.
You safe scummer, you.
Well, yeah. I rocket myself down to 11. I'm not going to live through the rest of this part of the level. I'm confident I can finish with get through it with 48. Not any lower, though. Ugh.
What are some multiplayer games that I have?
You know, it weirds people out that I don't like multiplayer games.
It depends on the multiplayer game. For example, you got multiplayer games like Eco, or Terraria, or Satisfactory, but then you've got like Fortnite and Warframe. It really depends on the game. Is it co-op, or is it competitive? Is it casual?
Competitive can eat my ass.
For the most part. If
Fortnite
I play a
is
competitive
okay.
game, if I play a competitive game, it is not competitively. If I play Fortnite, it's because I like fucking around. I am as likely to start splashing the opposing team with fucking shield splash potions as I am to actually start shooting at them. Just like, what the fuck are they doing? I've made friends on Fortnite because of a bullshit like that. Like, I'll start throwing like chug splashes at them and they'll stop shooting at me and then we'll get in a car together and just start fucking around and driving. I never play ranked. Fuck ranked. Ranked
I did
can
once.
eat my shit.
Now, Rocket Racing Ranked is fun. But that's because racing is fun. Yeah, people are like, oh yeah, don't you like to play multiplayer games like Halo? No. Call of Duty, not since 2.
Co-op Halo, yes. Competitive Halo, no. I hate competitive Halo, but couch co-op Halo, so fun.
Well, a lot of the time I don't even like co-op because I've grown up only playing single-player games and basically only having friends that fuck around when I want to try and do the thing. Where I'm like, why do I want another person in my game to ruin it?
Yeah. But in my case, I focus on everyone having fun. Look. What the fuck do you... This person's name is Smega Sippy Cup. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a problem. This teleporter brings you back to the main area. Got him.
I don't think I would ever actually bother playing any episode of Doom past episode 3. I don't think I would even do, like, master levels or any of the other things.
Oh, I'm not messing with master levels. Those things are awful. Those are made for the people who play nothing but Doom.
Yeah. And that's who they made the Doom DLC for, the Doom Eternal Seal DLC for.
Do you want to know something funny?
Is it me? Is it my face?
Maybe. But you don't actually have to fight the Cyber Demon at all.
Really?
You do a telefrag, basically.
Wow.
Okay, that's not the way you do it.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Okay. So this is closed. And now it's open. And I missed it. If I go here, I have killed the Cyber Demon by teleporting into him. Fucking die. There we go. And the level's done. That's
Nice.
only level 2 of 8. Oh boy, this level.
Is each episode 8 levels?
In Doom 1, yes.
I think I've gotten to level 3. I've never actually beaten the Shareware Doom.
That's alright. As long as you have fun with what you play. So that throbbing light up there is the exit.
Also, fuck Amelie.
Yep. That's not right. I can load here.
You know what I think?
Ah,
Chicken stink.
chickens do stink.
Once there was an explosion. I wish you could have more than 50 shells at once.
You can.
Oh.
If you pick up a backpack, you can have 100. See? Here's a backpack. Bam! Doubled everything.
But
However, it goes away every time you start a new episode or when you die. At least if you die and then reload from the start of the level.
instead of loading a save.
Right. If you load a save, you still have it. So long as you saved after you get it.
See, I don't think that when I was a kid, I really comprehended the idea of saving your progress.
I didn't either.
Then
I died several times.
Like I would save, but like I would never load. Like I just didn't wrap my head around it for a while. Because in other games, if you loaded a save, it didn't always load the state that you had. Like Sonic 3, if you save, it auto saves when you finish an act, and like I didn't really comprehend the difference between saving in Doom and loading the start of an act in Sonic 3.
So in the later Doom levels, they really like to start you with an ambush.
It's kind of annoying, more than it is a test of ability.
Yeah. Because like when I started this map, I normally save at the beginning of maps, and I didn't this time because everybody is aggroed as soon as your gun is up.
You die, you spin around.
Mm-hmm.
Foxer, that's exactly how I play.
Yeah, I play all Doom levels. In fact, in this VOD, I've played almost every Doom level.
For me, it's like I reach the end of E1M1 and I'm like, yeah, I beat the game. There is no more.
Yeah. I played the Doom. What do you mean there's more than 20 enemies? I'm currently making a Doom WOD, although it's slow going. Also, while Doom 1 has generally 8 levels per...
Mega just got an ending to the game that I didn't know existed, I think.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
What's the ending?
Just let Amelie walk instead of like trying to shoot or hug her. And if she gets far enough out, she turns around and faces Sam with like tears of blood running down her face, and the world ends.
Hmm. Anyway, Doom 1 has, aside from secret levels, 8 missions per episode. Doom 2, I believe, has 32 maps, and they're just played sequentially. Alright, so I have unfinished business down here.
Am I the unfinished business? Are you going to do me?
You can be.
Wow.
I need to hit that switch so that lowers and I can get the key. However, I might be able to cheese it because I have jump. So now I just have the red key.
Wow. Cheating.
Yeah. By using a game function that didn't exist at the time.
Yeah.
Because, fun fact, Doom is not 3D. Despite what your eyes might tell you.
Oh, I hate Yegi so much.
Ah, damn it. You know, I have 72 HP. So I'm just gonna try to finna. Huh. That's one way to do it.
Huh.
Well then.
That took nerve.
I really displayed my cunt there, didn't I?
That took nerve.
Was it unique?
Do you get it?
No.
I forget exactly why it's called nerve.wad, but no rest for the living is nerve.wad.
Oh, hey, it's the blue key. I need that.
Wow.
There's the red door. There's the environment suit. Note that these two halves are not connected.
What if someone made a Doom mod and it detected that if you bypass something by jumping, it just dropped you into the back rooms?
You can do that. You would have to really manage your flags. Because, like, there's not traditional, like, sequence flags. But you can probably have an event detect if a flag is hit or not. And if but basically, you could probably bullshit your own sequence management and change the path.
Suddenly I'm reminded of something that happened with Chloe when she first played Voices of the Void.
Yeah.
If you no-clip out of the map, it will drop you into the back rooms as a punishment for cheating. But on her first playthrough, she no-clipped through the map by accident and just ended up in the back rooms. And then spent like an hour trying to figure out what was going on without knowing that it was just... There's no way out. And that ended up getting reported to the game developer, and I don't know if you can still no-clip into the back rooms because of that. It might just respawn you now.
Okay, where was I in this? Yeah, I'll go ahead and load that.
I quit Doom mapping because my motherboard died and took both my hard drive and the USB thumbstick plugged in with it, aka the project
sucks.
and the backups. That breaks my fucking heart.
That's like the worst ending.
I have a multitude of network hardware downstairs right now, onto which we can have backups and everything. There's just like 2 NASs, all kinds of fucking replication bullshit set up.
My pinky is getting stiff.
Wow.
Yeah. Unruly evil. which is mission 4 of 8. This level is very brown.
Fruit. Brown Hell.
Poop hell.
AKA Oblivion Remastered.
That's not fair. Oblivion is more colorful.
I think they were still going to get the new Quake game. I've been thinking about that message in chat for a while, and I think we are going to actually get it eventually. It's just been on the back burner while they make Doom Dark Ages, and I think that they might have come up with the idea for Doom the Dark Ages in the middle of making the new Quake game, because Quake does kind of have Dark Ages feel to it.
Yeah, it's basically proto Doom. In
Or
that,
Doom
in
would
that
be
it comes
proto
first.
Quake.
I meant like timeline wise, Quake comes first.
Yeah.
Quake 1 comes first. 2 comes around, I think, also before Doom.
Is it in the same universe?
Depends on the lore you go with. If you go with the old lore, then every id Software property is related. Because Doom Guy is like Commander Keen's great-grandson.
I thought it was a regular, just like grandson.
Maybe. But then Commander Keen is Blazkowicz's grandson.
Yeah. Hell, his name is William Blazkowicz.
Yeah.
The third. So I had a project called Skylight. It was a semi-realistic military base where you'd flip across to a hell version of the facility with the same layout, crossing back and forth to eventually escape. So like Zelda 3 or Metroid Prime 2?
That's a shit ton of line def teleportation.
That's still fucking sick.
Yeah. You know what'd be really fun to make in Doom? This might be talking
My
to...
ass.
Well, yes. But this might only be speaking to, like, fans of both id Software and Apogee/3D Realms. There was a mission that was... It was a secret mission, or secret level thing, in Duke Nukem 3D that you get from Lunar Apocalypse. So, I believe that's mission 2, or episode 2 rather. And it's the whole thing is basically just 2001: A Space Odyssey. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's called Lunatic Fringe. It's the only instance that I know of a 720-degree circle. Because what they did was line def teleportation, where half the circle is normal, and then when you cross a certain threshold, you're going into the corrupted version, where it's like the aliens took over this half. But then when you hit a line def again, it continues to be the corrupted version. Then you hit a line def again, and it goes back to the normal version, but the other side.
Wow. Yeah, it was like Metroid Prime 2 Echoes of Silent Hill. That's pretty sick. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
The Euclidean nightmare.
Oh, and the ending of Lunatic Fringe is you find the obelisk.
The obelisk.
Yeah, from Space Odyssey.
2001.
The monolith.
I think in the book, the monolith was a different shape.
I think so, but this was just like a large black rectangle. So probably going more off the movie, and that works because Duke Nukem is supposed to be a film guy. He loves films. He quotes them all the time. This level is They Will Repent. But will they? Also, I've for Thy Flesh Consumed, I've played. This is the most recent one I played, and it's oh, I think I'm being too loud. One sec.
Man.
No, I'm being asked to come shut windows. 1 second.
Wow. Okay.
Putting on the BRB.
The burb. It's a 300 megabyte update to Palworld. Why? Oh no. Yeah, they removed gliding on PALs, and they might have done so because of Nintendo. Yeah, fuck corpos.
I return.
Meow. Hello.
Squeak.
They appear to have removed being able to use PALs as gliders in PAL World because of Nintendo being Nintendo. And saying, you can't do that, we did that in Pokemon first.
While my opinion is on the side of Pal World, I have no love for either brand.
Yeah. I hope that when Death Stranding 2 comes to the Epic Game Store exclusively in 2 years, that we get Death Stranding skins and items in Fortnite.
Why would it come exclusively to Epic?
Because Death Stranding 1 was exclusive to EGS for a year.
Also, I didn't think Sony had the sway to still have timed exclusives. Because everyone kind of hates them right now.
Everyone kind of hates them right now, but Epic would pay them extra, I'm sure, for timed exclusives.
Oh, Epic would for sure, for the PC side, but Sony doesn't have the sway they used to.
Yeah. Neither does Microsoft, at least in the Xbox department. Nintendo does, unfortunately. Fuck Nintendo.
Fuck Nintendo.
Fuck Nintendo.
I kind of want to make a Steam Deck, but I don't have the engineering to do that. I have the electrical knowledge, but not the mechanical.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the third-party hardware Steam Deck, SteamOS stuff we're getting this year.
What stuff would that be?
So Valve has been working hard on making SteamOS universal in terms of hardware instead of just having drivers for their own Steam Deck hardware, which means that like the ROG Ally will be able to have a Steam Deck version and such. In fact, they just added some ROG specific drivers to the SteamOS.
You know, it'd be like super cool of them.
What?
If they sold parts.
Build your own PC?
Yeah.
Build your own Steam Deck?
But it'd be like, oh, you can't drop $1,000 right now on this thing. Buy a piece here and there and put it together yourself later.
It would be interesting, but it's also antithetical to what the Steam Deck represents.
Right, but
And
it's
what
also
it
a big
represents-
ask at the price tag.
Yep. But the Steam Deck is meant to be a singular target that developers can aim for when making their game.
I didn't mean have like different product SKUs. I mean like this is the motherboard. This is like the heatsink.
So
This
like,
is
it feels
the
like a
storage.
framework. I would like do what framework does.
Yeah, it's
Steam Deck.
kind of the idea. Like it wouldn't be the same as like, well, Nvidia made this graphics card, and you gotta like desolder the BGA for the nothing like that.
Yeah. I think that although it would probably be kind of fun to do that, and to just assemble your own Steam Deck piecemeal.
Plus, then we can get cool CyberDeck mods.
True.
Because I'm for current CyberDecks, I love the attachments people make. I am not impressed with the main system at the core of it. Because it's always like, well, I made mine out of a Raspberry Pi, or I did mine out of an ESP32. It's like, okay, but those are like extremely underpowered for what you would want a CyberDeck to do.
Yes, very much. But also, the Steam Deck, Valve has been working on expanding Proton to work as a compatibility layer, not just for running Windows games, Windows x86 games on Linux, but running Windows x86 on Linux ARM.
Yeah.
So, we might soon be getting, like, potentially, like, older Windows-only games running on, like, fucking Raspberry Pi 5.
Now, I could see doing a Steam Deck, a CyberDeck with, like, a Latte Panda, because those are legitimately more powerful, and they're x86. At least x86 compatible. So you could do things like program in not Python.
Discussing pricing with my 3D model artist. Okay. I will soon have, soon in quotes, have a non-demon version of my avatar.
Ooh.
So just like the, without the glowy bits, it's just the red and black cat.
I plan on just having the demon one to be like teasing. Like if a friend is being like all in their head, just be like, hey, and then change over.
Yeah. They're giving me a bit of a deal here because they already made the base, like all the vertices are in place and everything, and they have to do some modification to it to make it work. Like they have to remove some parts, change some parts, add some parts, but like most of the stuff from the neck down is the same, so they're giving me a discount on it. I said back when they made it that if I really liked what they gave me, that I would definitely commission them for the other version of it.
And here we are.
So I'm happy to be able to do that within my price range, thanks to the discount they're giving me. Remember when you could go to the movies and enjoy yourself, and without the theater becoming a butter and soda bukkake mess?
Yeah.
And everyone's screaming, "Chicken jockey!"
Yeah. Thankfully, I have access to movies at home, so I don't have to deal with that shit. And I don't feel an extra connection to movies just because the screen is large.
I will say that the RetroTink 4K has revolutionized my movie viewing experience.
Yeah.
With its 328 what is it? IVTC? I think that's what it is, IVTC.
I have no idea about that
is-
stuff.
So are you familiar with resizing pixel art to sizes other than exact integer multiples and dealing with either bilinear filtering making it blurry or pixels that are not the same size as the pixels next to them?
Vaguely, I know I dealt with that a little bit with like emulation.
Okay. So the same thing happens when it comes to frame rates. If you try displaying 25 frames per second content on a 60 Hz monitor, it will have to display each frame twice per refresh frame on your monitor, but
Yeah.
some will have to be displayed 3 times. This introduces something called judder, where the motion is slightly... Every second or so, a couple frames are just like held on the screen longer than other frames. Now, the RetroTink is able to detect when there is a cadence like that in the incoming video, and output the video to your display in such a way that it removes that judder. It'll just detect when it's getting one frame sent 3 times and another frame sent twice. It's called 3:2 inverse telecine.
So, I'm kind of annoyed with movie stuff in general. I'm sick of 24 or 25 FPS. We're not living in the age of saving every penny you can because celluloid is expensive.
That is why sometimes you would get blooper rolls at the end of movies so that we could,
Hmm?
They would try to recoup the cost of some wasted celluloid.
It's like I thoroughly hate when people talk about movies and they're like, oh yeah, 24 is like the ideal for movies because that's like what movie looks like. Like, no, that's what cost saving looks like.
For me, I find it easier to sink into a movie when it is between 20 and 30 frames per second than when it is 60 frames per second. Because when it's a 60 frames per second, it is harder for my brain to suspend disbelief.
Oh, see, mine's the opposite. If it's 60 FPS, it's much more engaging. If only because I'm actively getting more information constantly. If it's... I also have a fairly extreme frame rate sensitivity. So that's definitely a contributing factor to how I feel about it.
It is going to depend on the person. I think that this and many other things, there's no singular correct answer. As much as certain people will insist that their way is the only way and get mad at anybody who has a differing opinion, I think that each person is going to have to just enjoy things their own way. In my instance, I felt seriously uncomfortable when watching The Hobbit in 60. The entire way through. I could not sink into it.
Well, that one's in 48.
Whatever frequency it was at, I couldn't handle it.
If I remember right, Avatar is in 60. Like Avatar 2, I think, is 60.
Haven't seen Avatar 2.
Neither have I. But
I know that the first one's big thing was being 3D.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I re-encoded it into 400p and watched that on the 3DS.
Yeah, if The Way of Water is available in 60 FPS at home, I'm definitely watching that. Because I am tired of smeary, blurry 24. Also, every time, like, Mike or, I can't remember the artist's name, who railed against interpolation, brings up interpolation, I die a little. Because that's the main way I can enjoy watching, anime and not have my eyes hurt.
Interpolation. There are times when interpolation looks good, and times when interpolation looks like garbage. The fact is, when anime is running at the frame rate, at the full frame rate, the interpolation kind of disappears into the background, and it's only really noticeable when you pause and look at an interpolated frame. But if that's what you prefer, then that's what you prefer.
Well, like, my problem is people saying, well, it's not what the artists want. Like, but it's what my eyes want. Because in anime, I can literally count the frames like a slideshow.
And another thing is, I think that a big problem with these interpolated frames is that they cannot currently account for repeated frames.
No.
And that introduces a lot of judder. If they could somehow sense when a frame is repeated and drop it, and wait for the next frame and then interpolate between them, I think it would look a lot less shitty.
I would be down for an entirely manual process, where it has me inspect every single frame before render.
Yeah.
Now, I know I'm an edge case where I will absolutely do that, and most people couldn't be bothered. But
Yeah.
it's because I want to maximize my enjoyment and comfort while watching it.
Yeah, and I noticed you stream in 60.
Yes, exclusively.
And I have a 240 hertz monitor.
All of mine are 60 because they were cheaper.
Wow. Wow. I don't think I can go back from 240 hertz OLED.
See,
Like OLED, HDR, 240 hertz. It's incredible.
Like I love high frame rate, but for what I do most of the time, 60's fine. I just need more screen space. Hence why I have 4 monitors.
Yeah, I have 2 monitors. And I
Going
still wish I
below-
had a little more screen space.
Going below 3 is like hell for me.
Yeah. Going below 2 is impossible. 2 is minimum.
Yeah.
3 is ideal, and I think 4 is overkill.
When I first
But that's just me.
when I first thought of like how I would want to experience like computing back when I was considering back when I was like thinking about fully building a custom PC, I was thinking 6 monitors.
Wow. That's so many monitors.
And the entire reason is because I do not want tasks to overlap.
There are certain Linux builds specifically centered around tileable windows. Like specific Linux distros, I mean.
And that's fine, but
I think Plasma can do it natively now if you just toggle an option on.
I mean like everything I'm doing has one full window, like one full screen window.
Ah. See, Karu had a single 4K display and would just use like dock windows in different parts of the screen. And Windows 11 allows you to dock windows to screen corners,
Yeah.
which is a thing.
You want to know what's extra funny?
My ass.
For music production, the ideal resolution for me is multiple 1080p monitors.
Oh, of course.
It's because several plugins don't scale graphically. So you want a smaller resolution, but you can make up for it by stretching the FL Studio window to as many monitors as you want.
Wow.
Hell, with my 4th monitor, the 4th monitor is touchscreen, so I'll put the mixer on that and just control
Mixer,
the
I
mixer
have the
with my
network.
fingers.
I see. I need to get back into FL Studio.
Yes, you do. We should do more.
Kissing.
That too.
I feel okay right now.
That's good.
It's been a hell of a month. I haven't taken a break this month or last. I've been streaming for like 8 to 14 hours a day, once even up to 20 for like every day for the last month, and I finally kind of am taking a day off right now.
Yeah, you're going kind of hard.
I'm trying to turn it into a job. It's not easy.
Sequence breaking. Oh, can't do that one.
You know what sucks?
Me.
Banks. That too. Oh my god, I hate the flashing effect.
I do too. But this was before the seizure warning.
Yeah, it's also like worse on LCD monitors than it is on CRTs, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And especially on mine, because mine's HDR, so it's like, hey, do you like pure white directly in your retina? Not especially. Oi. What are you doing? Just chirping at the cacodemon.
Meow.
Alright. That was a mistake. But a necessary one.
Wow.
This is a lost cause.
You know, Death Stranding looks way better in 720p.
Why is that?
There's certain effects that you can get on the game, holographic effects, and there's some dithering on it that just kind of matches up better in 720. I
Okay.
think it was designed to render at 720 internally, and then output to whatever.
Be funny. It feels like damn Sony, your PS4 is weak as fuck.
But like, playing the game on the Steam Deck in 720, it just looks nicer. At least the pixelation effects do.
Now, do you think that could be down to pixel density?
No, because upscaling it from there to 4K looks nicer than rendering it at 4K.
Huh.
At least the pixelation effects look nicer. You do get additional clarity if you render it internally at 2160p, but having it just at a 3x integer upscale looks so clean.
Also, is really funny. A few days ago, when you were surprised / shocked that I said 1800p
Yeah.
for running Oblivion. It's like, yeah, I just took 900p and doubled it in both directions.
Wow.
I don't know what this
Wow.
button does.
That cocodemon died.
Yeah,
Wow.
that cock of demon.
You didn't even throw a grenade into its mouth.
Yeah, because I don't need to. I can just do it. Okay, where's the orange? I remember where the orange is. It's over there.
Man.
It's not wanting me to go there. Alright, I gotta jump for that. There we go. Yep. Can I just jump up here? No.
Man. My mind just went to a real cursed place.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the new president being sworn in at the end of Death Stranding, and my brain was like, well, in real life we had our first black president, then we had our first orange president. Thanks, Obama.
Mr. Obama. So what level is this? M6, almost there. Oh, that was awesome. I didn't know I could do that.
And yet you did.
Yeah. Alright. You know, I keep forgetting that I have a BFG.
Big fucking girl. I skinned my knuckle by punching ice the other day. It still hurts.
I've done that before. I can't stand ice.
Clumping. Ooh. There we go. Drops like a fucking rock when it dies. I love that.
What, the Cacodemon?
Yep. Gravity is applied all of a sudden. Right, I have nachos.
I had that earlier today.
They're soggy now.
Mm. That sounds like a jazz song. Or a blues song.
Soggy nachos?
Yeah.
Well.
Okay. I gotta take care of all these testicles. Hey.
Wee wee wee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It is piss time. Yeah.
Yep. The number of cacodemons is too damn high. Alright. So the goal is go here. So now we hear a cyber demon stomping around. There he is.
But which demons are lesbians?
I believe they are all non-binary. So
Even the cacodemons?
I guess
Wow.
they don't seem to have genders. Alright.
I'm glad that we technically get, like, another class of enemy in Doom Eternal that isn't just demon.
Which one?
I don't know if you know. The angels.
Oh, yeah. I never got to those.
Are you familiar with the lore of Doom Eternal?
Kinda.
Kinda. And how it, like, completely changes everything? In what I think is a satisfying way, but some people got pissed at it.
So, I was more being frustrated by having to deal with so many marauders. I didn't have time to appreciate lore.
Hmm.
Because marauders suck. Oh, also, having to puzzle enemies by, oh, do you take damage from this? No. This? No. This? Yes? Why this?
Back when Doom Eternal was still relatively new, someone made a mod that basically disabled the Marauder's shield ability.
I
So
didn't even know
they
mods
couldn't-
existed for that. Like, for Eternal in general, I didn't even know mods were a thing.
A lot of people, like, basically just say skill issue if you ever complain about the Marauder.
You know it's not a skill issue? The Cacodemon being weak to explosives, but not a shotgun. See, at least for these games, it was basically just math. Like, a shotgun is effectively worth 4 pistol bullets.
I mean, there isn't even a pistol in Doom Eternal.
Yeah. And that's because it's closer to what they wanted for Doom. Like, have you ever wondered why the humans are holding rifles but shoot pistols?
Holding rifles but shoot pistols? What do you
Yeah.
mean?
If you look at the undead humans, the ones that drop like magazines for like pistol and chain gun,
Mm-hmm.
they have the same sound as your pistol, but their sprite is
Really?
holding a rifle.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the reason is because you were supposed to start with a normal machine gun like they do. But something happened in development where it just wasn't working right, so they went with a pistol.
Huh. Meow.
Squeak. Big squeaks and Amish.
I have drink. Would you like me to tell you about the lore from Doom Eternal?
Sure.
So, the Doom lore we know. A human, name not necessarily known,
It was the man that is too angry to die.
The man who's too mad to die. He joins the military, is ordered by his CO to fire up at some point upon a group of unarmed civilians.
Oh, that part I do know about.
He proceeds to beat the shit out of his CO for saying this.
And then is sent to Mars as a punishment.
And is sent to Mars as a punishment. The UAC performs some Mars experiments, opens a portal to Hell, gets everyone killed, except for this one guy. We go through E1M1 through E1E8. E1M8. He dies. This makes him angrier. He fights his way back out of Hell, becoming the first person and only person to ever accomplish this. Only to find that Earth has been invaded by Hell. He proceeds to fight his way back into Hell and ruin everyone's day in Hell again. Even going so far as to take out the icon of sin itself. Now, then the events of Doom 64 happen, I think, where Hell just tries to invade again. Doom Guy volunteers to go back and take Hell out again, this time deciding to stay behind and keep fighting Hell on the other side so they don't invade again.
How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Exactly. And then some amount of time passes. We don't know how long. But he is fighting. He is a mortal human at this point, fighting the legions of Hell for...
and winning.
and winning. For God knows how long. But then... at some point... we have to skip over some lore from Doom Eternal here. At some point... the legions of Hell lure him into a massive building, wait for him to be right in the middle, and then demolish the building on top of him. This still did not kill him, so they sealed him inside a sarcophagus for all eternity.
And then we start 2016.
And then we start Doom 2016, exactly.
Oh, fuck.
The Spider Mastermind contacts Olivier Pierce. By the way, Spider Mastermind didn't die at the end of Doom 1. It kind of reconstitutes because the leader of Hell can do that with his minions. Spider Mastermind tricks Olivier Pierce into basically joining their side. And becomes the final boss again at the end of Doom 2016.
Mm-hmm.
During this period, what's his name?
Samuel Hayden.
Yes, S. Hayden. This guy, he's running the UAC. And it's really interesting because his name is S. Hayden.
Satan.
Theories abound. So, he's running the UAC, and at the end of the game, he takes the Crucible from the Doom Guy, and then boots the Doom Guy off somewhere, out of his life. But the point of time between Doom 64 and Doom 2016 is expanded upon in Doom Eternal. What happens to Doom Guy while he's in hell? Where does his Praetor armor come from? Why is he able to suddenly absorb enemy mana and health, essentially, in the form of ammo and health and armor upgrades upon killing demons? How is it that his rage is able to fuel itself like that? How does he seem to be straight up immortal and superhuman? Well, that's all explained in Doom Eternal. Are you ready for this?
Sure.
Okay. In Doom Eternal, we find out that the realm of hell was not Argent D'Nur, which is what we thought it was in Doom 2016. The realm of hell is actually a realm called Jakad, and Argent D'Nur is, in fact, the hell-invaded and corrupted world of the Night Sentinels. Let me eat the rest of my burrito real quick. The nachos got too soggy. So, at some point, Hell managed to boot Doom Guy out of itself. How it managed to do this, we don't know. But the Night Sentinels of Argent D'Nur found this Doom Guy. They brought him home, and he is delirious in bloodlust. He is shaking and drooling and sputtering nonsense like, "Guts, huge guts, rip and tear." And so they're like, you know what, this guy seems kind of tough. So toss him in the arena, and if he comes out alive, he can join us. So they do so, and without any weapons, he comes out of the arena on top. They let him join the Night Sentinels. And at this point, he has left behind his Earth history humanity and is joined with people in a different realm, separate from Earth realm, separate from the Hell or Jakad, which I believe is where Doom 2 and is where Doom 1, E2, and E3 take place. He's in the realm of Argent D'Nur, and Argent D'Nur is contacted by an angelic race called the Makers, and the Makers promise Argent D'Nur's citizenry power and health and long life and all of that if they stop worshipping the wraiths that they've been worshipping and start worshipping the angelic race of Makers. They do so, and the Makers, at this point, have genuinely good intent. They are porcelain white and gold divine beings. And at one point, the main maker, which is above the rest, and in this story is the creationist, the creator of everything. And we might as well just, in fact, call this individual God. Although the Makers call him Father. Father foresees a problem with the Makers, and that is that the Makers are not actually immortal. They are angelic. They are angels. They are what we would call angels. And they are in fact what Earthling, Christian mythology refers to as angels. These are they. But they are not immortal, and they fear death. and they discover a way to combine the energy of Jakad, or Hell, with the energy of Argent Anur to create a new kind of Hell energy, which is fed by literal suffering. And this allows them to forestall their own mortality and live as immortals. And this corrupts the Makers into essentially becoming evil by giving in to their fear of death. And now the Makers, now Argent Anur, being led by the Makers, ends up falling to the corruptive influence of Hell. And that is how Argent Anur in 2016 becomes all Hell-ridden. Eventually, by freeing the Wraiths from their suffering in 2016, you free Argent Anur from the influence of Jakad, and you go back and revisit Argent Anur in Doom Eternal, and see what it kind of used to be, even if all the buildings are now ruined. Now, that's all well and fine. We have a new race to fight, and the corrupted, evil, angelic race alongside the demons. I mean, there's lots to shoot at. But then we find out that creation story is all lies. Jakad wasn't always Hell. You see, God, the first being, the being with omnipotent power to create worlds, to create life, was unable to create immortal life. When this being, what was his name? Davoth. God. When Davoth starts to get lonely and starts to mourn the deaths of his family, he creates a race of beings called the Makers, with extended lives and a hive mind, and instructs them to find a cure for the disease of mortality. And he gives the Makers their own world to do this from, this additional heavenly world. It takes them millennia to do so, to find the cure for mortality, but they manage to do it. But during those millennia, Davoth begins to lose it, as he is unable to find companionship that will last as long as him. No matter who he creates, they die. This breaks him. And the Makers, in their infinite wisdom, decide it would be way too dangerous to hand Davoth the cure for mortality, so they hide it from him. Over time, the corruption of Davoth turns his angelic world of Jakad into Hell. And he is the leader of it.
Is he the icon of sin?
He is not the icon of sin. The icon of sin is a being of his creation. Capital H. And what this basically reveals is that the devil and God are the same entity, and heaven is actually hell.
It's all a matter of perspective, man.
And the angelic world of the Makers is the realm of the betrayers. So you are not actually fighting the creations of a being that betrayed God. These are God's creations. Davoth. And there was this whole cover-up where one of the makers manages to steal Davoth's potency, and that maker ascends to become the Father, who pretends to be God. And then the story that we know, where Hell is the realm of the betrayer, is spun as a new history written by the winners, as it were. And that's all revealed in Doom Eternal. And that's actually all revealed in the Doom Eternal DLC. That's where the big lore dump happens. And then at the very end of the Doom Eternal DLC, you take the life sphere of the Father and return it to Davoth, bringing back the Dark Lord just so that you can kill him.
It's a very,
And
very
you
Doom guy
do.
thing to do.
And at the end, when he is facing down Doom Guy, like as he is dying, because you've dealt him a final blow, he says, "Don't you have anything you wish to say to your creator?" And we get the only line Doom Guy ever says, "No." And then he just stabs him right in the chest. And it's badass. Only problem is, at one point, part of the life sphere of Davoth was also given to Doom Guy, which gives him the unique abilities that he has in Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. And killing God, Davoth, results in Doom Guy suddenly feeling tired. And he falls to his knees. And is then gathered up by the makers and sealed in the sarcophagus again. Until he is needed again. I don't know how I feel about the Dark Ages being a prequel, because I wanted to know where the DLC story goes after that. But yes, I'm a lore nerd. Not always good at retelling lore, though.
That's pretty good.
I kind of want to make YouTube videos.
Do it.
Wee. I would need someone else to edit them, I think, though. I could do the writing and voice work and whatnot, but... the problem is that if I actually hired an editor, I would have to pay money that I won't get back from YouTube for a long fucking time.
Yeah, that's the big issue.
So I'd have to find an editor that would be willing to take a cut from a YouTube channel that doesn't get any views.
Alright, now to bum rush the Cyber Demon.
Mega just got to the point where it's revealed who Clifford Unger is in relation to the player character. Meow.
I didn't know about this area.
Wow. I thought you played this game before.
Yeah, but I didn't 100% it. Ugh.
As a shark, do you like getting bit by other girls?
Hasn't happened yet. Open to it.
That was me biting you. What if, in the next Doom game, we have an electric chainsaw, and it has to recharge with wind energy?
That's a no from me.
There's a trick in Doom 2016. The BFG does damage over time as it passes near enemies.
Yeah, I know this one.
If you slow time by bringing your weapon wheel, it slows the projectile down, but does not reduce the damage it causes over time.
Yeah, they left that in.
Yeah.
The cyborg demon is dead. Woo. I think mission 7 is a little easier.
Wait. You're going for a long time today.
Yeah. I thought this is listed as a part 1 because I thought I was going to get through like 2 episodes and then continue later, and then I finished 3 really quick, so I just decided to keep going. And 4 is going fairly quick despite restarting a lot.
Are you gonna try for episode 5?
Eventually. Sigil is a special beast.
I hear that. I don't think I would consider 4 or 5 to actually be part of Doom 1.
I don't usually. However, 4 is much more consistent with 3 than 5 is.
I hear 5 best described as a wild ride.
It's so think of like the master levels, but not designed by people who were playing the master levels, you know? So like it's hard, but it doesn't feel impossible. A common theme is having very little health and very little ammo. So you have to be careful. My mouth is dry.
Have you considered hydrating?
Just did.
Wow.
Just yoink the key away from him. That doesn't open from that side. And that's why you save right before crushers. Oh, they put an invisible wall here.
Mega has reached the true ending of the game and is now crying constantly.
Hey. So now I have the blue key. Which lets me open this. Hey, there's the orange. Yellow, whatever you want to call it.
Meow.
Squeak.
Meow. Have you seen my server today?
I have not. Other than to post the post about the stream.
Wow. I thought you were a fan, but you're a fake fan.
I mean, I pretty much daily look at the porn channels.
Nice. That's good enough.
It's not always my kink, but I scroll anyway.
Screw it.
Fucking die.
No.
Not you.
Wow.
Final level of Doom 1.
Hell yeah. Can you do it?
Okay.
Can you do me?
Sure. Usually not on top, but I can see what I can do.
Man, that raising and lowering wall sure did block that rocket pretty well for a 2D game. I consider this game situationally three-dimensional, kind of like how Link's Awakening has moments of being 3D, at least in how it calculates things, and it has moments of it being 2D.
This map really likes to throw barons at you.
Yeah.
And that is the last room of the game right here.
Based. You should play Death Stranding. You should stream it.
I played a bit of it. Not on
You
stream,
should.
but
You should stream it.
I don't think it would have the same effect on me because I already know the ending.
I know.
Why does your piddly little skull need 2 shotgun shells? Oh, are you fucking serious? 2 BFGs killed it.
Easy game.
This is an awful background for reading text.
That's it.
The Spider Mastermind must have sent forth the legions of Hellspawn before your final confrontation with the terrible beast from hell. But you stepped forward and brought forth eternal damnation and suffering upon the horde as a true hero would in the face of something so evil. Besides, someone was gonna pay for what happened to Daisy, your pet rabbit. But now, you see spread before you more potential pain and gibbitude as a nation of demons run amok among our cities. Next stop,
I will return.
hell on earth.
I will be right back.
There we go. Ooh. Alright. Seven and a quarter hours as my first stream back from 5 months of dealing with just school. Today was a good day. I'm gonna go sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Good night.